Okay, welcome to the convening of the Asheville City Council. We are going to recognize Councilwoman Ullman for a motion to go into closed session.
I move that the City of Asheville go into closed session for the following reasons. 1, to prevent disclosure of information that is privileged and confidential pursuant to the laws of North Carolina or not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes. The statutory authorization is contained in North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11a1. The law that makes the information privileged and confidential is North Carolina General Statute 143-318.10e. And 2, to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against an individual public officer or employee. The statutory authorization is contained in North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11a6.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are going to go into closed session, and when we come back, we'll start the city council meeting. If everyone could just take a moment to silence their cell phones. Welcome to the Asheville City Council meeting for August 27th, 2024. If you'd like to speak tonight, please sign up at the table outside in the hall, and we will get you on the sign-up sheet.
Don't have to sign up for anything, Mayor. We got freedom of speech in this country.
If you'll please come to order. Thank you. All right, we will try to proceed first with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We don't have to sign up to speak in this country.
Mr. Simpson, if you could come to order, we're going to proceed with the meeting. If you cannot be quiet until it's your turn to speak, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Mr. Simpson, you need to come to order. Please come to order. Okay.
You all refuse to follow the law.
I'm going to ask you to leave the meeting if you cannot be quiet.
Ma'am, I got freedom of speech.
Okay, all right.
That question right there is the law. I think you better look at that before you try. Again.
All right, we have the Urban Trail Appreciation Week, and I know Grace Plus is here to receive this, and somewhere, maybe Leslie Anderson, raise your hand. Okay, there you are. And anyone else you all have that is here for this item, please feel free to come forward, and I'll meet you down there by the lectern.
They're both here.
Oh, my word. Welcome.
Nice.
Oh, my gosh, seriously.
All right, whereas the Urban Trail, created through a partnership of private, nonprofit, and local government leaders, incorporates art in public spaces that showcase the city's histories. And whereas the Urban Trail serves as a free outdoor museum with 30 stations commemorating a moment, person, or piece of architecture that contributed to Asheville's unique story. And whereas the Urban Trail was a key factor in the physical and civic revitalization of Asheville, playing an undersung yet strategic role in bringing people downtown. And whereas the Urban Trail offers experiential education opportunities for hundreds of local children, their teachers, and families to learn about the area's history. And whereas the cost of all the original plaques and artwork for the trail was covered by individual and organizational donors who showed a deep level of care and investment for the city they call home. Whereas the vast majority of the organizing, outreach, fundraising, and research for this project occurred via a group of dedicated volunteers, for example, who wanted to educate and inspire future generations. Whereas we honor the memory of the donors, artists, and volunteers who are no longer with us, including Camille Roberts Benton, Cecil Pless, Johnny and Hattie Baxter, Dan Millsbaugh, John Young, Bill Westcott, Dixie Carroll, Sarah Lynn Spradling Porter, Vadim Bora, am I saying this right? I hope. Earlene McQueen, Margaret Fuller, Jean and Chick Webb, Shirley Ann and Charlie McCullough, Dr. and Mrs. John Holt, the Hazelhurst family, Julian Price, among others. Now therefore, I, Esther Mannheimer, Mayor of the City of Asheville, do hereby proclaim August 27th, 2024 through September 3rd, 2024 as Urban Trail Appreciation Week, and urge everyone in our community to join in the celebration and visit the Urban Trail and other important free trails, such as the Black Cultural Heritage Trail, the James Vester Miller Historic Walking Trail, and the Asheville Architecture Trail. If anyone wants to say a few words, please come up and please introduce us to your group. If you want to speak here to that microphone, yes.
This one?
Yes.
Wow, so little. First of all, thank you to the city for this honor for all of us. Leslie Anderson, who was the development director when all of this began. The city gave the money for some interesting young man to come to town. He came bouncing in with earrings and bell bottoms, and we hadn't seen anybody like that, and we loved him. And he gave us the idea. He said, "You have no art in your downtown, so why don't you make a trail and have art tell about your history?" So we did. It's because of all these people and a lot of others that was possible. But the city is really what made it. We've had 5 different departments I think we've been in, and every time we love them, particularly Stephanie. So thank you to the city and to all of you and to all of these people. Thank you very much.
You are welcome to stay for this little council meeting. Yeah.
We win.
Hey, Maggie, do we have anyone in overflow? If we do have folks in overflow, I think we're going to have some room up here. All right, well, folks are making their way out. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda. Do I have any questions, comments, or a motion to approve the very long consent agenda?
This is Kim, move to approve.
Sage, second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. I do not see anyone signed up to speak under the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the consent.
I would second, Maggie.
Next under our agenda is presentations and reports, and we're going to hear a very exciting update about Merrimon Avenue Complete Streets project. And I have here that Carrie Simpson and Tim Anderson are here, fighting their way into the chair. Oh, no, come on forward, it's your turn. And Maggie will, or is there a presentation to cue up? Oh, is it visible on the far screen, but not on, no. All right, just a moment, here it comes.
Here we go.
Or something.
Merrimon Avenue will meet the American Disabilities Act now. It doesn't right now because sidewalk issues. Why does it?
Okay, Mr. Simpson, it is not your turn to speak. We're going to have a presentation.
Well, you all.
I'm gonna have to ask you to leave if you can't.
Follow.
If you want to continue to disrupt the meeting, I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
I won't answer why you didn't follow along.
Maggie, should we delay this item? Okay. Go ahead and introduce
Sorry for
yourself.
the delay.
Okay, my name is Carrie Simpson, and I work with the NCDOT and the Traffic Safety Unit, and I'm here to talk about the Merrimon Avenue project.
Okay.
And we're trying.
Okay.
We apologize.
I was thinking, I don't know, she probably has a slide. Deborah, do you have a presentation for your piece too?
Yeah,
Okay.
unfortunately, sorry.
What are we waiting on?
We're just waiting on the slides to come up, everybody.
Is it a Dan problem? Okay. Oh, he's got to actually come up here. So the person who controls our meeting actually sits in the basement, so he's coming up. Here he is. Dan, save us.
Yay!
Yay, Dan.
Yay,
Well, let's not
Dan.
cheer for him yet. Let's see if we can do it.
At least you made the effort. That was easy. Dang it.
Like, we'll just click on the.
That's a magic touch.
All right, we're ready. Please proceed.
All right, there's a lot of information here, so I will keep it to 10 minutes. So we have been monitoring and evaluating the Merrimon Avenue corridor, and there are a number of metrics that we have been looking at. We're looking at safety, which is total crashes, fatal and severe injury crashes, and bicycle and pedestrian crashes. We're also looking at different mobility and travel trend metrics. So in addition to looking at the section of Merrimon that was treated, we're also studying some other roadways in the vicinity. And so we're looking at mobility data, spot speed and volume data, and crash data on a number of other roadways in the vicinity. And this is really considered an interim or initial evaluation, and we are going to complete another evaluation data set looking at mobility volume and crash data in this fall. So the preliminary takeaways for safety data is that safety is generally positive. We have seen a 23% reduction in total crashes and a 30% reduction in injury crashes on the section that was treated, as well as some slight reductions in crashes to the north and south on Merrimon. And the predominant crash types that we have seen on this corridor, both before and after treatment, are rear end crashes and frontal impact crashes. And a frontal impact crash would be a head-on, an angle, left turn, right turn, and those crashes typically result in higher severity. And we have seen an increase in rear end crashes after this change was made, but we have seen a reduction in frontal impact crashes, which would lead to the reduction in injury. So we looked at total crashes, injury crashes, crash types, and we're also looking at crashes for pedestrians and bicyclists. And we will continue to monitor all of the crash data. In the initial after period, there was one reported pedestrian crash and one reported bicycle crash, both of which resulted in property damage only. And then we've pulled some more preliminary data, because there is a lag in crash data. And through May of this year, there was one additional reported bicycle crash on the section. We are studying safety on some adjacent routes, and the preliminary results for total crashes have shown a slight increase in crashes to Broadway, no change on Kimberly, and a reduction to Lakeshore. And injury crashes for all those three routes have shown reductions. I had mentioned that we're also looking at speed data and comparing our data sets from fall before to after. The average speeds have dropped by about 3 to 5 miles per hour on the section of Merrimon that was converted, and the 85th percentile speeds have dropped by 3 to 6 miles per hour. And we have also measured speeds to the north and south of what was treated on Merrimon, and average and 85th percentile speeds have dropped by 1 mile per hour or less. We have also studied speed data on adjacent routes, and Broadway has shown average and 85th percentile speeds increasing by 1 mile per hour. And the city of Asheville has collected spot speed data on several other routes, and for those routes, the average speeds have changed by none to 2 miles per hour. Additionally, we have looked at volumes on the section of Merrimon that was converted, and that the average daily volume of vehicles was down by 1 to 8%. And just north and south of what was treated on Merrimon, the average daily volumes were down by 1 to 4%. We've also looked at bicycle and pedestrian volumes on Merrimon, and we collected pedestrian and bicycle volumes at 12 locations on the corridor, and the pedestrian volumes varied from before and after. But part of that is likely due to rainfall that occurred during the after data collection. Despite this rainfall, the bicycle volumes increased in 11 of the 12 data collection points. And finally, the percentage of bicyclists riding on the roadway increased. In the before period, 28% of bicyclists traveled on the roadway, and after the change, 82% of bicyclists were traveling in the roadway. We have also looked at volume data on adjacent routes, and the motor vehicle volumes are up by 6 to 11% on Broadway. Volumes were also collected on several routes by the city of Asheville, with most showing an increase in motor vehicle volumes of 5 to 16%. And lastly, we have been studying travel time data, and the average travel times generally showed an increase on the converted section, with the highest increases being seen in the PM peak. And when we looked at travel times to the north and south of what was treated on Merrimon, they were generally showing decreases in average travel times when comparing the before and after data. So if we look at the 4 mile section of Merrimon, in the northbound direction in the morning, there was a 19-second reduction in average travel times. Midday was a 1-second reduction in average travel times. And in the PM, there was a 14-second increase in average travel times. And it looks like this slide got cut off. But in the southbound direction, there was no change in average travel times in the morning. And there were increases by a few seconds in average travel times midday and in the PM. And when we looked at mobility impacts to some of the adjacent routes, we saw that on I-26 and I-240, there appeared to be minimal impacts on the average speeds. And in a number of other routes in the vicinity, we saw no change to slight increases in average speeds throughout the day. And so this is the last slide that I have, which is just our preliminary takeaways and conclusions from this data set. and it's showing that the safety data is generally positive with reductions in crashes on the converted section. The motor vehicle speeds were reduced, and volume data showed an increase in bicycle traffic. And the travel time data generally showed an increase in average travel times on the converted section, particularly in the PM, but Merrimon to the north and south generally showed reduced travel time. So when we considered the whole 4-mile Merrimon corridor, the average travel times in the PM increased by 2 to 14 seconds. And then lastly, the adjacent routes appear to have had minimal changes to average speeds and travel times. There is some diversion of motor vehicle traffic with a slight drop for the conversion section and an increase for some adjacent routes. But the safety data for these adjacent routes suggests that there might not be a substantial migration of crashes, particularly injury crashes. And like I said earlier, this is our preliminary initial study, and we will continue to monitor the location with additional data being collected this fall.
Ms. Simpson? How come
Do-
the
Mr. Simpson, can you just hold on a second, please? So, council, do you have any questions or comments regarding the presentation?
Regarding the presentation, thank you for being here and helping to add to our understanding on the outcomes. There have been some questions about the pedestrian crossing time, and I just wanted to make sure our local NCDOT office is getting those and able to address them. I understand we're working within perhaps close to the minimum of what pedestrian crossing time is allowed, and I was wondering what it would look like to improve safety on our crosswalks and visibility for people who use them.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So I'm Tim Anderson, I'm the division engineer. I am the local one. So we are getting those emails and looking into those situations. We've instituted a rest and walk in a lot of places, and we've also instituted the leading pedestrian intervals, so the pedestrian has the head start to get out into the crosswalk to be visible, and those have been very positive so far.
I've had the opportunity to experience the crosswalk timing myself, both within this 4-mile stretch and in the outside of it. Is there an effort to look at consistency along the Merrimon corridor, not just in this 4-mile section?
Yeah, I mean, typically when we start looking at that, we go through and we look at the corridor itself. And we've optimized the signal timing to try to make sure we're getting the most vehicles through and the most pedestrian opportunity as well. But there's always opportunity to adjust.
I appreciate that. I know we often look at our safety outcomes and how terrible they are when we have the highest bike pedestrian accident ratio per capita in the state. And I definitely want to see improvement in those outcomes, as I'm sure your office does too. So I look forward to hearing how we can implement some change to get better outcomes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, when I see this presentation, I see that we made a huge change for safety improvements. So I want to celebrate instead of just moving the goalposts even further, which we always need to do, but I really want to pause and appreciate, we were discussing this before, the estimates of how long it would slow traffic were maybe 3 minutes plus. And that was a real thing to consider, because that's an impact, it's a major artery. What would that mean for our community? And given the crash numbers we have, the safety numbers we have, or the information we have about safety on that corridor, the fact that we're seeing, a 2 to 4 second, 14-second delay and a 30% reduction in crashes, to me is a real moment to pause and celebrate that we're taking meaningful steps towards safer streets. So I'm really thankful.
Thank you for highlighting that. It's proven safer for people who drive cars too. And so that is a significant investment and improvement.
We've talked about this at the MPO about future improvements to Merrimon. So I know the DOT is not done with Merrimon, and there's some areas like, for example, where Beaver Dam comes into Merrimon and in the northern section, that intersection needs improvement. There's some other things identified. And one of I travel this route all the time because I live off of Beaver Dam, so pretty much every day. And I still see sometimes people getting confused about the bike lane, because it has, it varies in width, right? Because that corridor varies in width. So you've kept the lane width constant, but then the bike lane width will change. It doesn't have enough symbols in it. They're spread pretty far apart. So I just wonder if in the future we might see some more marking, like you'll sometimes see in some areas where the bike lane is marked in green, or some other kind of visual cue that really sets it apart. Just some different changes like that.
Right, okay. NCDOT hasn't adopted the green bike lane markings yet. We've done some tests with those under encroachment in some other areas where we've actually had those conversations with the city staff on some other routes as well. As far as extra, bike symbols and things like that, we can look into that. That's, a pretty low cost help. And, if we were doing this on a brand new route where we were gonna set the curb lines and be able to just grade it out and lay it out like we'd want, it would have looked different.
Yeah.
We'd have been very consistent on bike lane width and on roadway width. But working within the existing curb lines, it creates that situation where you pick narrower bike lanes and keep the road lane width wider. And the decision was made to hold the narrower road lane width, tongue tied.
Right.
And let the bike lane width vary some. That way, it's easier than trying to chase the curb.
Right. But just to echo your point, I think a lot of people were thinking this would really slow down commute times. But what we've seen is it's pretty much negligible in terms of commute times, and the safety improvements are really important for that corridor and for folks. And it's great to see that I mark it as a success, and I know it's still evolving as a project, but thank you all for all your work on it.
One more thing I'll add. I have been hearing, and I was glad to see some more detailed data on, I'm not sure the technical term you use, but spillover, right? Are we seeing people avoid this and use other routes? And so I appreciate that we're looking into that and that we're doing continued study to just make sure we don't pour one problem into another cup or something of that nature. The data isn't indicating that, but that we're tracking that, we're seeing that. I've heard from different corridors, neighbors on those corridors, concerns about that, so I think we need to keep watching that.
Absolutely.
You mentioned that DOT hasn't adopted the green lanes or similar strategies. How can cities like us or groups like us encourage you to adopt that faster?
Well, we do have the opportunity to work through it as an encroachment, where we partner with the city. And then one of the issues with it, beyond actually installing, because it's a pain, is the maintenance of it. And with the road system we have to maintain, that would be a stretch for us. It's definitely something very unique. So if you want to explore that, then we can explore that with staff.
He's saying that maybe we pay for it.
Well, and I get that. I guess what I'm more getting at is that we have a really robust community of petitioners and really folks that are wanting to see differences in how we move people around the city. And I would love to unleash them on you all so you could hear their voices, but I don't know how to do that. Do you have a mechanism for greater public input or specific to projects that are outside just project renewal or implementation?
Typically through the MPO is one of the best ways.
Okay.
And, because we're active with the MPO, and they have a public comment section, time during the initial part of the meeting and at the end of the meeting as well. So that's a really good time, good way to reach out to us. And, we're not hard to find. Our email addresses are right there, phone numbers. So, and we've not noticed folks having trouble getting a hold of us. So we're happy to take the calls and research the ideas. We have a large system, and NCDOT has over 80,000 miles of highway in North Carolina, and we maintain everything from interstates to subdivisions. So when you have that, we have to make sure that we make our changes kind of uniformly, and we institute those across the regions. And that way we don't end up with pockets of things here and something else there and miss a policy within the department.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much.
How many miles do we have here in our city, you think, of
We've
NCDOT?
we've seen that data before.
80,000 miles across the state.
Of DOT,
Yeah.
but that's because in North Carolina, it's either city or DOT.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the manager's report and do the, we're gonna move to the employee recognitions, and I'm gonna turn it over to the city manager, Deborah Campbell.
Thank you, Mayor. And good evening, everyone. As was stated, my name is Deborah Campbell. I serve as your city manager. I hope you all know by now, been city manager for about 5 years, 6 years going on, how much I enjoy doing employee recognitions. And so tonight, we have a couple of recognitions, and you can go to the next slide, please. And so I would like to first recognize Jess Foster and Terrell Bowen, who have been recognized by the state NC chapter of the American Public Works Association for exemplary work in the community. I'm going to turn it over to Amy Ditton in a minute, our interim Director of Public Works. But I also want to just say a thank you to the community, to city residents, business owners, and others, as well as our city staff for the exceptional work that we did in support of the presidential candidate campaign event that was held at Harris Cherokee Center. And so with that, I will turn it over to Amy, and I think she has some guests from the Public Works Association as well.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I do get the pleasure of telling you a little bit about our employees and why they were nominated for these awards they're receiving tonight. So right now I'm going to go ahead and ask Terrell Bowen and Jess Foster to come on up. I guess next slide. So Terrell Bowen was awarded the 2024 Herman Drake Award. Terrell began his career with the City of Asheville in 2016. He obtained his commercial driver's license and worked his way to a Driver 1 lead in our sanitation division, which is all due to his ambition and willingness to always improve. In addition to his normal routes throughout the week, Terrell goes above and beyond by coming in on the weekends to provide service to downtown. He was awarded Employee of the Month in July 2018 for assisting an elderly resident whose vehicle started sliding down an embankment where he and a coworker physically held the car until the fire department arrived. This isn't on the slide, but just a little bit more. Terrell helps train new staff. He always has a smile on his face and is willing to jump in and help wherever he can. The next slide, yep. Jess Foster was awarded the 2024 Dale James Professional Manager of the Year Award in Solid Waste, also known as the Solid Waste Manager of the Year for North Carolina. Jess has served as the Solid Waste Division Manager in Public Works for 7 years. She has dedicated her efforts in support of employee pay and retention, implementing new technology to help make routes more efficient and safe, and promoted a solid waste master plan for the city. Jess was instrumental in developing a coordinated process for a homeless population. She did all of this while also obtaining her Master's of Science degree in Sustainability Studies here at the city. I'm going to now introduce Dale James, who's going to present the awards to Terrell and Jess. Dale James is a lifelong member of the American Public Works Association. He has been the APWA's Solid Waste President and the North Carolina Chapter President of APWA. Before that, he served as the Treasurer for 19 years. Dale has spent his career in the public works field. He retired with 30 years from the city of Greensboro and spent the next 20 years in the private sector. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dale to officially present the awards.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, Madam Manager, it's good to be here with you folks tonight, and this is the fun thing that we get to do. And as a past employee of a municipality, you really understand what it means when one of your employees receive an honor such as this, and you guys have double dipped this year. So we're real proud of you. I will ask Terrell to come forward, and I will read his plaque. Let me say a little bit about the Herman Drake Award. Herman Drake was the sanitation superintendent for the city of Rocky Mount back in the late 50s and 60s. And Herman had a true desire to see his employees prosper and grow, not only in their private life, but also in their city life and their education life. Because of Herman, in 1957, the North Carolina chapter was chartered for the North Carolina chapter of the American Public Works Association. Herman was one of the original members of the group that chartered the chapter. 5 years later, because Herman had supported the chapter as he did, and the solid waste group had been one of the best attendees of our state and chapter meetings, Herman suggested that maybe the solid waste division needed to be, solid waste group needed to be a division on their own. So 5 years after the chapter was chartered, the solid waste chapter was chartered as a division of the North Carolina chapter of the American Public Works Association. Why does that matter? It matters to us because we were the first division chartered in the United States under the American Public Works Association banner. So that gives a special meaning to the Herman Drake Award. This is presented, the 2024 Herman Drake Award presented to Terrell Bowen in recognition for your outstanding service to your community through your dedication and efforts in public works and solid waste. It is a tribute to you in that it is given in honor of the late Herman Drake, who for 40 years served the city of Rocky Mount in an exemplary fashion. Presented the 7th day of August, which was a few weeks ago, but we were in a hurricane. 7th day of August by APWNC Solid Waste Division. Congratulations. The second award, well, it's named the Dale James Award. I feel a little bit embarrassed about that. But this is the Solid Waste Division Board decided that they would like to recognize a Manager of the Year in the solid waste field. And Chip is going to be the chapter president next year, and he sent me the submittal that they put together for you. They only said I had 5 minutes, so I can't go into all of it that was in that was submittal, but it was very impressive. And so we honor Jess tonight as the initial winner of the Manager of the Year for North Carolina Public Works. So she is our Manager of the Year, the initial, so we will be forever bonded. The 2024 Dale James Professional Manager of the Year Award in Solid Waste is presented to Jess Foster in recognition for your significant contributions to the advancement of solid waste management and operations. This award is dedicated, well, it says it's dedicated to me, but we'll have to get that fixed. Who for 40 years served in public, well, I don't know why all that's in there, to you. This is this is. Well, I was gonna say, I think you got about 26 years in the field, is that about right? That's about right, in various different places. We'll get this corrected. I should have read it before I got up. But anyway, Jess is our solid waste manager of the year for North Carolina, solid waste divisions in North Carolina APWA.
Thank you all very much. That was so special.
Thanks for your
I don't think I've ever seen the person who's the award's named after actually give the award, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah, appreciate it. All right, so the second part, and I will get through this very briefly, and I hope that the brevity doesn't reflect how important this event was, and the heartfelt thank you that is coming from the city manager's office and elected officials with regards to the community supporting us. And we want to thank you, City of Asheville, for your patience with all the street closures and the traffic congestion and all the other disruptions that were unfortunately happening when this event occurred, adhering to all the applicable rules related to locations for demonstrations, because we did have a few, and acknowledging and thanking our workers for their hard work. I literally had a downtown resident who came up the very next day, brought us this huge bag of peaches, and just said, thank you for all that you do. And so next slide, please. I also, in particular, want to thank our city staff, obviously, because this couldn't have happened without a lot of folks working together. I want to thank city staff for activating our Emergency Operations Center, Emergency Operations Plan, our EOP. I've said this in the Environment and Safety Committee meeting earlier today. I wish we had had that plan a couple of years ago, because we could have probably mitigated and minimized some other large events that happened in the city. At that center, there were lots of folks represented. You probably can't see on this picture all of the different groups that were represented, but I could tell you that the Sheriff's Department, Quentin Miller, is in that picture. Obviously, we had Asheville Police Department, the Fire Department. The person in the blue shirt is Public Works. The person behind him is from Transportation. The folks behind them are firefighters. The Secret Service. We just had a village, and it takes a village, obviously, to do this. But most of all, and Kate and the IT, I mean, there are lots of folks represented. But mostly, our Community, Regional, and Entertainment Facilities Department, Harris, where it was hosted, lots of people worked many, many hours preparing for this event. And so we hosted over 7,000 attendees without any incidents, and we received national acclaim for our safety and organization, especially expressed by the Secret Service. Next slide, please. And so, again, thank you, city employees, for all that you do. Thank you, community, for your cooperation and helping us with this event. Next slide. And that will conclude the city manager's presentation. Thank you.
I want to know
Thank you.
More worried about bicycles than your pedestrians. You all talk about
Mr. Simpson, please come to order. Please come to order. I'm going to ask you to leave if you keep, we have a long meeting agenda. Okay, come to order. Mr. Simpson, please come to order.
You don't give nobody
Okay,
right to
I'm gonna
address
ask you to leave. I'm gonna ask the officers to assist you in leaving the chamber so you don't disrupt the meeting.
Give me that right to address the government, ma'am.
Thank you. I would ask that you leave with these officers. Thank you.
Got every right to address the government. Ma'am, you're not giving me no right, no opportunity to speak about the people with disabilities or seniors. I've got my Constitution, you swore an oath to the Constitution. You swore an oath to the U.S. Constitution. I want to talk to them about why you can't.
Okay, we'll take a quick break.
Their question of rights under current law is a death penalty offense.
Okay, welcome back to the city council meeting. We were moving on to our public hearings agenda, which, right? That's what we were doing. Thank you. Public hearing, item A, a public hearing to permanently close a paper right-of-way located on 34 Hiawassee Street. And Rachel Taylor is here to talk to us about this item.
That's not the correct PowerPoint for this one, however, it is on the website and council has the correct PowerPoint in front of them.
Okay, so should we take this one down, or, okay. Yes, we can pull up the agenda with the link. Hey, Maggie, are we gonna have trouble with other presentations tonight, or just?
I don't think so, it was kind of off that from this morning, so I don't think we'll come.
Okay. If so, I mean, if there's anything anyone downstairs can do to work on that now, or just to make sure we don't have any problems, that would be great.
I think, you know, roughly, I can take
Oh, there we go, low tech. Sort
I don't know
of.
if that's better.
I don't, yeah, it doesn't like it.
Let's contact Dave. Rachel.
Okay. Well, sorry about that. It is in the agenda and linked in the materials. So, good evening. My name is Rachel Taylor. I'm the Economic Development Division Manager in the Community and Economic Development Department. I'm here today to present the public hearing presentation for the closure of an unopened right-of-way located at 34 Hiawassee Street, which is behind the Harris Cherokee Center of Asheville. The City of Asheville has requested this closure, which would allow for a future land exchange between the City of Asheville and Duke Energy. The purpose of the land exchange is to allow Duke Energy to rebuild a substation in that location and for the city to receive a buildable lot. If council approves this closure, Duke will proceed with the land exchange process with the city, and the existing right-of-way will become Duke's property upon completion of the new substation and the final execution of the land exchange development agreement. The city wishes to permanently close this unopened right-of-way that runs roughly north to south near Hiawassee Street. Duke owns the parcel directly adjacent to this unopened right-of-way and right behind Harris Cherokee Center of Asheville. If this closure is approved, the right-of-way will be divided among the two properties and a new plat will be filed. All adjacent property owners have signed affidavits of approval. And the applicant, which is the City of Asheville, has indicated that the purpose of the right-of-way closure is to facilitate a full and fair exchange of property between Duke Energy and the city. And so basically, if you are able to look at that presentation, 34 Hiawassee is currently a city employee parking lot. There's also a Duke parcel, which is sort of a small, narrow parcel right adjacent to that. So you'll see a narrow kind of gap between those two parcels. So again, if council approves this closure, Duke will proceed with the land exchange process with the city, and the existing right-of-way will become incorporated into Duke's property upon completion of the new substation and the final execution of the land exchange. And I will pause there for any questions.
I don't have any questions. I'll say that we've talked about this at PED and feel like the project's really come together nicely. We had a lot of community input to kind of land on this, and I feel like also from the role I play on the Civic Center board, where really figuring out how that space contingent to a really important community facility works for a long-term plan. I feel like there's been a lot of collaboration to get to this, and I think it looks pretty solid.
Yeah, one of the issues that this council recognized early on was that we had a limitation on our loading at the Civic Center area or the Thomas Wolfe area. Yeah, and we did clear up in PED that this does allow for the improvements to be made there to remedy that situation.
I wanted to say thank you to the members of the public who pushed us so hard to make this better. Because if folks aren't connecting the dots on this, it was originally a situation that would have knocked out a lot of trees, had huge stormwater issues, had significant impact on part of our downtown and Lexington Avenue specifically. And we got a ton of feedback, and we went to the drawing board with Duke, and this is why it's better. So thank you for pushing us to make it so.
Make a motion?
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing and close the public hearing because we don't have anyone to sign up to speak under this item. And now please go ahead with a motion, yes?
I make a motion to adopt a resolution to permanently close on an unopened right-of-way at 34 Hiawassee.
Do I have a second?
Sandra, I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're ready for thank you very much. Next item on our public hearing agenda, which is a public hearing to consider a conditional zoning amendment for property located at 252 Patton Avenue for the purpose of amending the phasing of the project to allow for a temporary open-air substation and the extent of the conditional zoning. This is related to the last item. You are not, yes, you are. Okay.
I'm not Bill Palmquist.
You're Clay, not Chris, yeah, okay.
Mayor, councilors, I'm here on behalf of my esteemed colleague, Will Palmquist, who's taking a much-deserved vacation presenting this plan. I've not been intimately involved, but I'm familiar enough, I think, to answer most of the general questions and introduce this amendment to a conditional zoning for the Patton Avenue site for the Duke substation, which now includes an interim step, which is what we're here to talk about today. Not a lot has changed. It's in the location that you're familiar with on the intersection of Klingman and Patton. Approximate to this site to the east is the Patton, an apartment multifamily facility. To the south is the almost completely constructed Avery. This is an open parcel now with 3 lots on it. The zoning is not going to change. It's still CBD, conditional zone. The only thing that has changed, still downtown for the future land use. The only thing that has changed is, and I believe this is related to the process that Councilor Roney was just talking about, in order to facilitate the new construction of the new substation on Rankin, Duke has to install a temporary substation to maintain grid reliability and support of the electrical infrastructure in the downtown area. You probably recall the original, which I will go over, is for a gas insulated structure that actually looks like a building, but that can't be constructed in advance of the Rankin site. So the Rankin site will go in, or first this temporary substation will go in, then the Rankin site will be able to come offline and be redeveloped, and then Duke will decommission this site and install the gas insulated substation. The changes are that temporary substation will not be enclosed in the building, and it will have some infrastructure that will be visible. Among that is a transmission pole of 100 feet, some lightning masts at 70 feet, some other equipment within there that are about 40 feet, and then there will be some chain link security fencing surrounding the site to protect it from people getting into it. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. The out parcels are going to be recombined and subdivided. You see this, lot 2 and lot 3, for future development and use. So the permanent site plan, as you recall, is this image where you see the infrastructure for the substation, but it is enclosed within a building. And I have some images of that later in the presentation. Originally, the building is only going to be 25 feet in height, and all of the infrastructure will be installed inside, except for the gear that comes into the site. New sidewalks were proposed as part of the original CZ along West Haywood, 12-foot wide sidewalk to be built now within 6 months after the temporary substation going in. The reason after is because a substantial amount of construction will have to take place, and installing those sidewalks after allows the sidewalks to continue without interruption from the construction or degradation. In addition, street trees will also be installed in this location. It's a pretty interesting gap in the pedestrian network over there. I know it well, having ridden from the Patton down to the river. And what this also serves is that connection to an easy way down to the river, Arts District, and all of the greenway infrastructure there. But also, we've broken ground on, well, there has been ground broken on a multifamily development just down West Haywood Street. Anybody trying to leave that site and getting downtown will be able to take advantage of this connection through. The existing sidewalks, however, on Patton and Clingman will remain in place because the long-term future development plans are reconfiguring those roadways. So reinstalling or reconfiguring those sidewalks would be an unnecessary expense, and it would only be temporary in nature. Landscaping will be installed as part of the permanent substation, not as part of this temporary site. This is the original conditional zoning. Again, you can see this, the structure, that the area with the small little windows is actually going to be open. That's some of the equipment that will be open to the sky and external, but the building itself will be have some fenestration in it and will look like a building instead of like a substation. A couple of the conditions that were agreed to as this application made its way through the process was a time limitation. That time limitation being the earlier of 3.5 years following construction or 6 months following the Rankin substation coming online, whichever is sooner. And then subject to approval by the North Carolina Department of Transportation, rights of way along Patton and Clingman Avenue will be expanded an additional 12 and 19 feet respectively to allow for changes in the transportation network in the immediate vicinity. Technical modifications from the permanent phase, these are just to remind you, it's a 1-story building where 2-story minimums are required, setbacks increased, the amount of fenestration in the building is reduced from our traditional requirements. Here you can see the relative scales. I'm not going to go through each of them. Building coverage is less than required. Again, this is a fairly unique use. This is not something we want pedestrians visiting or going to, so having it set back from the road, having it be secured is important to everybody's safety. For the temporary phase, we are asking or talking about some technical modifications to the height. This is in what we call the context transition age, which scales the height from the CBD toward the abutting districts, and those are specified at 1.5 times the distance of the context transition line. The long and short of it is temporary substation equipment will be 45 feet tall, permanent substation building 35 feet tall, and the lightning mast at 75 feet, and a 110-foot tall transmission pole. If you recall the site, there are already some significant transmission poles along West Haywood Street that will be led directly into this substation. The review process, Technical Review Committee approved it with conditions on June 17th. Design Review Committee approved it on July 18th, but unanimously, seeking additional support for temporary fencing to include some graphical representations on it so that it's not just the bland fencing, and that the project pursue, as necessary, a secondary privacy fence along Knoxwood Place and Hilliard Avenue if necessary to secure the site. The Planning and Zoning Commission approved it 4-1 with a few more conditions, one of which was that time limitation that I mentioned, and a little bit more detail on the graphical inserts being proposed along the security fence, being composed of public art or neighborhood-related branding. That Duke would explore, and they have satisfied this, the proposed sidewalk, street trees, and the type of sidewalk that will allow them to modify it without substantial destruction, and that the vesting period for the conditional zoning be reduced to 3 years following City Council approval. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan goals for downtown, primarily because of the addition of the new sidewalk, as well as the support of the type of infrastructure we need for a growing downtown, including electrical infrastructure and a resilient grid. It's consistent with encouraging responsible growth by supporting new development that has appropriate infrastructure and making streets more walkable, comfortable, and connected by eliminating that gap in the sidewalk network along West Haywood. Finally, staff does concur with the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation for approval of the proposed conditional zoning amendment. Thank you.
All right, any questions?
Yeah, for what I'm hearing from the community, I guess there's still some lingering disappointment that we're not seeing a gas insulated substation here, not only for the improved safety, but also for long-term investment in a stable electric grid. That said, this design is much improved from the fence and neon light display that I saw in a previous iteration. So I just want to express gratitude for that and for staff's work on improving this project.
On behalf of the staff that did the work, we accept your thank you. And I also know that the applicant has some more details that I don't have, and they have a brief presentation as well.
Oh, let's see if they do. Maggie.
Good evening. We'll be brief, I promise. I'm Jennifer Bennett. I'm the Government Community Relations Manager for Duke Energy here in this territory. And we also wanted to take a moment to express gratitude to the members of the council, to the city staff, and the community for the continued commitment to really define this project and define the best path forward to deliver reliable energy for the coming years in this community. And so the implementation of these projects will allow us to do that, to provide reliable and resilient energy to downtown Asheville, which we recognize is essential to the vitality of both the economy and the community. So again, we thank you for your time. We thank you for your attention to this matter. I'll turn it over to Justin Brown, who is our lead project manager, who has a little bit of additional context on the project.
Hi, Council. So Clay did an excellent job going over the technical aspects of the project. We did just want to take a few minutes to discuss the engagement side of things, since that was a big driver on where the project is and how it got there. So I think most of you are aware, but we'll try to recap it real quick. So let's get started. All right. Since we started this project several years ago, our project team has worked to keep the community informed and take their concerns and recommendations into consideration. Our outreach teams are made up of a few different groups. These include our infrastructure engagement team, government and community relations manager, as well as media relations. They have all been active over the past few years, ensuring that project neighbors, community leaders, and impacted organizations are informed and engaged throughout the process. One thing we have heard consistently from neighbors is, well, of course, they aren't happy about impacts like lane closures and additional construction traffic. They understand our work as a necessity, and they just want to be engaged and informed throughout the process. They don't want to be surprised when a lane is shut down unexpectedly on their way to work. So our community engagement efforts first began with the initial substation rebuild proposal near Lexington Avenue. I think most of you remember the little bit of public pushback that occurred during that exploration. So initially, as mentioned, we were going to build on the east side of Rankin Avenue, which would have basically exposed the substation significantly to Lexington Avenue. After all the pushback, we reevaluated things. We heard the community's feedback that we tried to reevaluate to protect the urban trees, public parking spaces, and especially that view shed from Lexington Avenue. So we paused, met with the city as discussed, looked at a few different options along Rankin, and eventually settled on where we're at now, which is shifting the substation just slightly north into the parking lots that is primarily used by the Civic Center employees. So once we settled on that location, our phase one began in February of 2023 with early community engagement to share our updated plans on where the substation was going to be rebuilt. We met one-on-one with neighbors and groups most impacted by the rebuild. We distributed mailings to neighbors near Rankin Avenue substation. Phase two began in April of 2023. This was a more broad approach to neighbors and the community, informing them of the new location. However, because the proposed location of the rebuild overlapped with the existing substation parcel, as Clay mentioned, it does require the temporary installation or temporary substation installation at Patton Avenue. So we also included project neighbors around Patton Avenue in this phase of outreach. During this phase, we presented our proposal plans, hosted several neighborhood meetings, sent mailers again to neighbors, and shared updates to business organizations. Phase 3 finally began this past spring with the start of the more public-facing regulatory reviews. During this time, we met with the community to share project updates, inform them of the construction prep work that would be needed to take place before the substation construction can begin, as well as hosted another neighborhood meeting and met with the Patton residents. We also called each of the businesses around both project areas to inform them of the project impacts and give them a chance to ask questions or relay concerns one-on-one. And then we sent postcards and letters to project neighbors and continued our business organization outreach. So to summarize, we included a wide range of communication channels and tried to involve as many different community members as possible. So one big thing we did receive feedback on was the view at Patton. It's going to look slightly different than we originally proposed when we were planning the gas insulated substation. So we are planning to add the fence screening as discussed. We're going to take it a step further, and unlike a lot of other typical construction projects, we're not going to install just plain screening. We are planning to add visuals, especially since this fence, while temporary, will be installed throughout the GIS substation construction, so it will be here most likely until 2028. So we are currently working through designing the visuals that will be placed on the fence screening. We are going to coordinate with city staff to approve those. We're not just going to slap Duke logos on every square inch of it. Hopefully this will leave let's see. We did share preliminary conceptual designs with staff for their first review. If things get approved tonight, we do plan to meet with them next week, hopefully to discuss any revisions that they see. And I'm assuming it'll probably be a couple iterations before we finally come on settle on something that we're both happy with. And Clay did mention we received feedback from the Planning and Zoning Committee that they would like to see the sidewalk along West Haywood Street installed earlier in the process. We've addressed this request by including a condition to construct the West Haywood Street sidewalk within the first 6 months, or within 6 months of the substation, temporary substation that is, being energized. So right now there's about 200 feet of sidewalk that's missing between Patton and Knoxville Place along West Haywood. So that's what we would install early in Q1 or Q2 of 2025. Another hot topic for the neighbors was traffic. And when you're out there, you definitely see that Klingman fills up very quickly at just about all times of the day. So when we must temporarily impact traffic, we will have flaggers on site to keep traffic flowing as much as possible. We did include the bump out here, and that was shown on Clay's imagery so that we can get trucks or any vehicles off the road immediately, even if the gates are locked. We don't want to bog down Klingman as much as possible. We'll also plan to keep construction traffic impacts to weekdays only. We don't anticipate any work will take place in the evenings or weekends. Typically our business day would be 7 to 5, most often Monday through Thursdays, but we probably will have some Friday work as well. Another concern that we received was questions about noise. So we did have people smarter than me do some noise studies, and what they came up with was at the closest neighbor's location, they would hear about 50 to 55 decibels, which is similar to a quiet library. And this will also apply for the GIS substation, because the main noise source there is going to be the transformers. So we did want to reiterate the commitment to this being a temporary substation. We aren't going to try to do a bait and switch and keep this here permanently. We did incorporate language by our own volition into the permit application that will require us to remove this temporary substation within 6 months of completing the Rankin Avenue rebuild. The temporary substation will likely be removed towards the end of 2026. And at that time, hopefully we will start construction on the permanent Patton Avenue gas insulated substation in early 2027. So we went over the prior engagement for this project, but just wanted to reiterate that we remain committed to continuing the proactive communications with community and Asheville staff. We do plan to share additional project updates with neighbors at key milestones, which will be when we start construction of the temporary substation, when we start over at Rankin Avenue, when we complete work at Rankin Avenue, and also when we remove the temporary substation, and then when we begin the permanent GIS construction. So we also have our webpage that will be maintained and updated throughout, and we do have our hotline posted on the website where people can always call and ask for updates or provide any questions or concerns. So just want to thank you all, the city staff, and all the neighbors who've come out throughout the past year and a half to give their constructive criticism. I definitely agree with Councilmember Roney. I think we're much happier with the location of this one. I know that was an initial pass, and even when I came into the project, after that had already been designed, I was a little surprised that we were wanting to install a 50-foot tall retaining wall right on Lexington Avenue. So hopefully this new location kind of offers a win-win for the city and Duke. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
I would just like to say thanks. I think I still have PTSD from this process going years back. But my marker for how successful the initiation of a substation application is how many people sign up for public comment, and right now we have none. So that is a sign that a lot of the communication that needed to happen already happened prior to the moment we're at now. I will say it would have been super helpful if this concept had been proposed however many years it's been, because the whole discussion around the GIS substation was really how to create a site that was not unattractive, as an open air substation really just is unattractive. So I appreciate that you basically tried to capture what we would have gained visually anyway through a GIS substation concept. So that's good. Council, any questions? Thank you. So somebody be looking at the motion, and I will open the public hearing, close the public hearing, and entertain a motion.
I move to approve the conditional zoning amendment request for property located at 252 Patton Avenue from residential multifamily medium density RM8 and central business conditional zone CBD-CZ to central business conditional zone CBD-CZ for the purpose of amending the phasing of the project in the extent of the conditional zoning, and find that the request is reasonable in the public interest, inconsistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and meets the development needs of the community in that it, 1, ensures that new development has the appropriate infrastructure to support it, and 2, eliminates gaps in the city-wide sidewalk network.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Next, we have a public hearing to consider rezoning 99999 Long Shoals Road from RS2 Residential Single Family Low Density District to Highway Business District. Chris Collins is going to present this item to us.
Hey, good
We'll
evening.
just wait just one second with the mass exodus.
Half of Duke Energy.
Right. I didn't realize there were quite that many people here for that. Substations are important. Thank you.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Chris Collins with the city's Planning and Urban Design Department. And I am here to tell you about a rezoning petition that we've received for property known as 99999 Long Shoals Road. Of course, that will get a different address one day when somebody builds on it. This rezoning position is looking to go from the current RS2 zoning to the HB, or Highway Business District zoning. So the site we're looking at right now is highlighted in red on the aerial map in front of you. And a little more context on the vicinity map. It is right across the street from a portion of Lake Julian, and just down the road, really in between T.C. Roberson High School and the Skyland Exchange multifamily apartment community, which is kind of to the north and east of the site. The site itself does have a few, you can't pick them up here, but as we flip through some maps, you'll see some indicators of that. There are some hydraulic and wetland features on the site that would be a limiting factor in development potential for this site. So again, the proposal here is to take this site from single-family low-density RS2 zoning to highway business, or what you know as HB zoning. And you can see on the map in front of you, you've got a really mixed bag of districts that exist here. But you do back up to other kind of corridor commercial districts such as CB2 and highway business before getting into some multifamily zoning and institutional for the school. The future land use map has this parcel designated as parks and open space currently. This would require a change in that future land use, so that is a separate action that would need to accompany this rezoning. And the recommended future land use category there would be urban corridor, which is applied to most of our larger transportation and multimodal corridors around the city. There are some pluses and minuses that staff pointed out in the report here for this rezoning request. First of all, moving to HB does provide greater development potential along a major thoroughfare. And it is an opportunity to create a more uniform character between the eastern and western sections of Long Shoals Road. Things like sidewalks and things that are starting to fill in along Long Shoals as you see these other developments come in. This would kind of patch that gap. What's not on the screen right now, HB Highway Business does allow a greater diversity of residential uses than RS2, which only allows larger lots, single family detached residential uses at the moment. A few negatives or cons or possibly things to consider about this request is that the elimination of the residentially zoned land. RS2 is one of our lowest intensity zoning districts in the city. The site does have some hydraulic features and wetland features on there. So it does allow theoretically for a little bit higher level of development on the site. Although it is important to know we have sections of the UDO, such as subsection 712, that do provide protections for those features and would have the impact of limiting the developmental potential of the site to a degree. And I kind of just gave you both the cons in one sentence there. All right, so we looked at the zoning map and we did see it is compatible with most of the surrounding land uses. We have multifamily residential, we have the park across the street, and then we have some newly built and newly being constructed kind of corridor retail and service uses going in along there. The high school, some restaurants, and things of that nature. So staff has found it is compatible with the uses and the surrounding zoning. Looking at the comprehensive plan, with the change proposed, it would be consistent with the future land use map for urban corridor, which does call for mixed-use residential, commercial, and office uses that are placing emphasis on pedestrian-friendly amenities and infrastructure. Supports a number of goals in the plan, including encouraging responsible growth by connecting new development to infrastructure, facilitating real estate development that maximizes public benefit. Again, that's about connecting commercial nodes, and create a sustainable path to balanced budgets by promoting development in the growth areas identified by Living Asheville. I'm going to add one for you here, which is also just promoting the supply and diversity of housing, which is mentioned in our comp plan as well, as the HB district does allow a wider variety of housing types and a greater density of housing types. So based on all that, staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission both recommend approval of the proposed rezoning. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I did have a curiosity, just as we're in this meeting, can you speak a little bit to confirming what we talked about in the agenda briefing about how our wetlands regulations still apply? Because obviously a development that has stormwater issues and wetlands issues will have it later. So how are we setting this up for success for the future?
Sure, absolutely. And the first reminder on this request, like with all these, this is a straight rezoning. So it's not a conditional zoning. It's not creating its own kind of set of regulations for the site. And that means that anything that's developed on this site will be subject to the full UDO as it applies, right? And UDO, in addition to that, any state protections and state laws that are there for wetlands and aquatic buffer protection. So the whole suite of what we have there, which are aquatic buffers for wetlands and active streams, will apply in this instance. So any development proposal that were to come forward on this site, there is no development proposal now. Post rezoning would have to adhere to those, the same as any other development that comes through to receive approval. And that does include, aquatic buffers are a certain distance depending on the level of the stream, around that stream that really needs to be undisturbed, and trees and vegetation remain in there, and the same applies for the wetlands themselves.
Thank you so much for that additional information, because I think obviously dense development on transit corridors like this is something that makes dollars and cents, but not if it perpetuates other infrastructure issues in the area. So thank you for that.
Other questions?
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Let me double check. Okay, we don't have anyone signed up under this item either, so I will open the public hearing and close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I move to, am I reading the right one? Yes. I move to approve the zoning request for the properties located at 99999 Long Shoals Road from residential single-family low-density RS2 to highway business HB, as well as an amendment to the future land use map from parks and open space to urban corridor, and find that request is reasonable, in the public interest, is consistent with the city's comprehensive plans, and meets the development needs of the community, in that the request, 1, prioritizes growth and development within designated growth areas, 2, establishes accessible and well-connected commercial nodes consistent with strategies outlined in the plan's growth areas, and 3, promotes development in the growth areas identified in Living Asheville, as well as ensuring new development maximizes fiscal returns to the city.
All right, we have a motion.
Second.
And a second. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. And the last item on our public hearings agenda is a public hearing to consider an amendment to a conditional zoning of 179 and 144 Riverside Drive for the purposes of making changes to the project conditions and site plans to allow for construction of 240 residential units and remove commercial uses from the project. Clay Mitchell is here to talk to us about this.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Clay Mitchell from the Planning and Urban Design Department. As you said, I'm once again presenting an amendment to a conditional zoning, almost 3 years to the date. You approved the original conditional zoning for this site, and now we're going to talk about some applicant proposed changes. Very quickly, you're all probably very familiar with this location. It's 2 parcels on opposite sides of Riverside Drive, outlined in yellow. At the very northern portion of the parcel on the east, which is 179 Riverside Drive, there remains a smokestack from the original mill complex. The mill building, unfortunately, had deteriorated to the point that it was no longer preservable, and that has been deconstructed. To the immediate west is the large New Belgium brewing facility. At the lower right-hand corner, this picture doesn't capture it, but is the recently completed Radical Hotel. Off-site is under construction the Wire, which formerly known as Rad Lofts, and Artful Way, another combination of residential and lodging units.
Wait, do they settled on the Wire?
I believe so,
Okay.
Mayor. It's spelled W-Y-R-E.
Deal breaker.
I don't really understand. That's a different project. I just don't understand these names, but whatever.
Unfortunately, the planning department is not given the authority to comment on the name
Yeah.
of some of these applications, except to the extent that they confuse people or involve an incorrect address. The zoning in this area is surrounded entirely by a variety of the River Arts District form-based code. You may recall from a few months ago, the area outlined in red, which was rezoned from RAD NT, River Arts District Neighborhood Transition, to RM8. That hasn't even been changed on the plans. It's been so recent. And again, I have the site plan for the building kind of superimposed over the area of what used to be the RAD River Art Form Code. So let me take a step back a little bit. about conditional zoning in the form code. This was my first conditional zoning within the form code, and it took me a while to wrap my head around it. And I hope that my discussion of that helps you understand it. When we look at a conditional zoning, the first thing we look for is the base requirements for the property. In this case, it's the River Arts form code. It has been, however, rezoned to commercial expansion, which is an expansion district, which is required when you have a level 3, which is anything over 50 units. Within the commercial expansion district, however, it differs back in the square in the lower right to the form code. And this is a direct quote from the commercial expansion district. Where the form code standards conflict with the standards in this subsection, the form code standards shall control. This is the language that staff has to use when we evaluate these projects. And so normally we would go through the standards present in the commercial expansion district. However, because there's an underlying form code, we have to use the form code standards and apply that. So it kind of creates this kind of regulatory bouncing back and forth between the different districts and the requirements. Therefore, it's our job to go through the form code and find out what provisions apply, and if the applicant is asking for elements that are not in direct conformance with the underlying UDO, here the form code, we request that the applicant produce a technical modification. That analysis that we provide is further informed by the comprehensive plan. And just to give you some scope of the comprehensive plan, you're well aware of the 6 main themes. Within those themes, there are 39 primary goals. Within those 39 primary goals, there are over 450 recommendations. That's the context that we have to review these applications. Accordingly, we have asked for the applicant, and the applicant has produced technical modifications, and the height is now 79 feet, not 74 and a half, where 70 feet is required in the form code. The number of stories is 7 stories as proposed, where 5 are required. We also look to the form code, which discusses a height and story incentive if an applicant can produce 20% of the units as affordable at 80% AMI for 15 years. Additional modifications relate to the street-facing building length. In the form code, it's 200 feet without direct pedestrian connections. Here, the applicant is proposing breakthroughs in the building. They will be glassed in. This is exactly like you reviewed 3 years ago. The Design Review Committee still retains its concerns about those being glassed in, and accordingly, we asked for a technical modification. The applicant has supplied that. The streetscape, pedestrian streetscape in this application is asking for use of the existing facilities, which are sidewalks and planting strips on the east side of Riverside Drive and a 10-foot sidewalk on the west side, because the city recently made investments in those areas, and those sidewalks are basically brand new. Street tree requirements also are going to be modified to match the installations that have already in place, with an added caveat that the applicant will look and identify street trees that are missing or unhealthy and replace them.
That the city already planted, you're saying? Oh, because it's all new infrastructure there.
Correct, and that's new since you reviewed it 3 years ago.
In that number 1, you use the word required. Does it really mean allowed? 5 stories are allowed, and they're asking to exceed the allowance?
Yes, that's,
okay.
Sorry, I meant to say the maximum is 5 stories.
Yes, okay. It sort of sounds like you have to be 5 stories, but they want to do more.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I did not mean to. There's a 2-story minimum requirement in the River Arts form code at the River District. So this is a graphical identification of the changes. Most of these I've already gone over. Main building length, 320, 360. What I want to focus on is the square footage. So from 160 residential units to up to 240 in this application. The original approval included approximately 14,000 square feet of commercial space. The amendment has none. Parking has increased on the 179 parcel, which is under the building and surface parking, and 144 Riverside, which is on the west side of Riverside, now shows 63 spaces proposed to use pervious pavers to kind of accommodate some of the concerns with stormwater runoff and innovative stormwater features. So overall, the parking has increased from 165 spaces to 243. The gross floor area of the building has increased from 140 to 215,000 square feet. So there have been several iterations of this plan, not only from the original approval, but also during the process with the River Commission and the Design Review Committee. The primary changes in the amendment plan are the removal of the mill building, which also contained green design elements like a green roof and rainwater harvesting. The commercial space in the main building has been eliminated. Since the process with the Design Review Committee and the Planning and Zoning Commission changes have taken place with respect to pedestrian engagement, and this has been an improvement and a request from the Design Review Committee to the plan. On the right side of the image, you see a lot of improvements in that area. The jog in the building relates to the presence of large transmission lines that come across the site, and so the building has to be set back, and the applicant has proposed to use that as an expanded streetscape amenity for the residents immediately adjacent to the sidewalks that go along Riverside Drive. Some improvements along the central entrance as well, engaging again with the streetscape. And on the far left, there is a parking space for a food truck. So even though the mill building has removed, there is some attempt by the applicant to create some kind of engagement at that location with that grade kind of rectangular area immediately adjacent to the exit. Additionally, more bicycle parking has been added. Doesn't show in this plan, but there's bicycle parking along all three of those locations, the two entrances, and then the area near the food truck. There's short-term parking for the residents in the back and long-term parking for residents underneath the building. All of these are in compliance with the UDO requirements. The unchanged component from the original approval to this one is the applicant is offering affordable units at a capacity of 5% for 20 years. So some of the site plan changes that relate to design, since I'll get to this, the Design Review Committee voted unanimously not to recommend this approval. However, the applicant did respond to some of the Design Review Committee concerns, and that includes trying to enhance some of the breaks in the building, which is permitted. You can have a building that is longer than 200 feet if those clear pass-throughs are provided. The additional work that the applicant did, notwithstanding the presence of the glass, was some increased fenestration at those areas, and then the building, you can see, in this area, the building jogs back now. Originally, it was one kind of straight line across, so there is a jog here, and this image kind of displays what that jog looks like. So those are the primary decisions.
Does staff feel like this does a better job of adhering to the form-based code intent, or what?
That's a tough question, because it really, we lean on the Design Review Committee to provide that kind of input. It's definitely a step in the right direction.
Is it enclosed still? It's still glass?
Yes, it's still glass.
So it's not open air?
No. And it's glass on both sides.
Can we drill in on that?
Yeah, show us where you're talking about.
Right here in this location.
And then on the second floor,
this location.
does at any point it become open? Or
No.
is it enclosed from ground floor to floor 7?
So immediately above the podium is the glassed-in areas, and then above that, I believe, are units, and there's no open pass-through from front to back.
Is there a safety issue about having that be open? I mean, if you just have stairs that go to an open landing and...
That is the justification that was presented by the applicant, that this is now a purely residential use and no longer commercial uses, and that for HVAC purposes, because those areas will be conditioned, and also to provide security for the residents.
Yeah,
Security.
That would be an
Clay,
issue.
can you explain to us what the intent of that break at 100 feet is supposed to achieve? Is it specific to commercial or mixed use? Or is it?
It's it's specific to the River Arts Form Code. And the best way I could explain the intent of that provision is if you're going to have a building that's kind of monolithic in length, that there needs to be at least some kind of visual representation that there's a break between these buildings. Because almost universally, the underlying plans call for buildings that are built around courtyards and that have that kind of engagement and connection. But it's not solely related to a pedestrian pass-through. It's about the visual impact of having an open space between the two buildings. Or
So
building
specifically
sections.
visual. Okay.
Yes. And I'll say it now. I think the applicant is going to present some of their information, and they're going to have better renderings to be able to talk about that a little more.
And I thought some of it wasn't just about the visual, was about the actual break. You know, the design review committee, I've talked with several of those committee members, and then the Riverside Development Commission, this came to, and I'm still just trying to piece, the information has changed a lot from those different conversations. So I think that there's also a concern about a 400-foot building that creates a dead zone for any pedestrian or street-based engagement. And so, yeah, setback could be like a trick of the eye, but a large facility without any access or change of experience for a pedestrian is different than what the form-based code was calling for. It was acting for more activated spaces.
I think that is an accurate verbalization of the design review committee's concerns and their understanding of the overall presentation of breaks between the building. It's not just each isolated independent compliance point, but it's the totality of the impact of all of the different components of the building.
Were there ever any environmental concerns? I mean, I guess I'm used to seeing landscape architects get involved in this way with their drawings and renderings of where airflow is moving and stuff. Is there any of that for this?
I am not aware of that information being presented at any step of the way. The only energy-related concern is conditioning that space and having it glassed in so that it is an energy.
I guess I meant more like having a 400-foot long, 70-foot tall wall along the river.
Right.
That's
an
really what I
interesting
meant.
question. We did not look at that and consider kind of the wind impacts.
I'm used to seeing that from landscape architects. I don't know if we'd seen it in this, but just a question, if there was any concern from that perspective.
I think that
You say what you're.
Well, essentially it's a 79-foot tall structure that is 400 feet long with no breaks on the river. And I just wonder if there's an environmental concern. I mean, when you place buildings together, even in our smaller developments, there's wind breaks and air movement and light travel. I mean, there's just some things that people see in the planning process, and I didn't know if it related to this. I am not an architect.
Like, does it, it would affect the integrity of the building, maybe?
Or the river, or the wind movement in that. I'm just curious if there was more reasons for those breaks.
A functional reason, not just a visual.
The last change that I wanted to point out is this. This is a direct path connection primarily for the residents to get from the sidewalk directly down to the greenway as well as the river and to the parking itself. Just off the screen here is an existing trippable, I guess. It's a signalized crosswalk that you go press a button and the lights flash. Planning and Zoning Commission asked to look to even enhance that further, but there is an existing crosswalk just off this image here. So visual presentation of the design changes, I've tried to capture in a couple of images here. On the left is the application that was approved by you 3 years ago. You can see the mill building and the smokestack, and on the right is the proposed building, complete with the jog and it being extended closer to the stack. From the other direction, there is some indication that there's going to be some outdoor courtyard space here under the second floor of the building, which is linked to, I believe, some of the residential amenity space here immediately adjacent to that. But that in the original was part of the potentiality for commercial spaces and potentially a restaurant in that location. So this image, the blue outline is the height and length of the original building as approved in the conditional zoning 3 years ago. The ghosted image behind it is the amended application before you. I will point out one other thing that I learned in analyzing this application. The two outside portions of the building are actually 5 stories. It's only the center portion of the original building that was 6, which was a technical modification under the conditional zoning prior, because as I mentioned, the form code limits the story count to 5. And again, the proposed has only increased the height by 10 feet, but has added 1 or 2 stories depending on the portion of the building that you're looking at. These are all the details that I've already run through. If you have any other questions on those, I'm happy to answer them, but we always include a slide with the major components of the site plan: parking, bicycle spaces, things like that. Landscaping plans are generally compliant. These are normally things that we review in the final technical review committee, going through all the counts and the location of the plantings, as well as the tree canopy protection. So to give you some perspective and context for this, these are distances by foot or by bike to a variety of locations near to this site. So New Belgium is 1,750 feet away. I think I went to the tasting room to get that distance. Wedge Studios, and these distances they seem a little bit longer because I'm presuming nobody is going to walk across the railroad tracks. So, walking on the pedestrian network or using our existing bike paths, these are the distances. So there's plenty of opportunities for residents to experience some of the developing area of the River Arts District. And again, Rad Lofts, now The Wire, has approximately 14,000 square feet of commercial space, and just above the hill from it, Artful Way is a combination of residential units and lodging, both under construction since your prior viewing of this application. So digging into the design review concerns, as Councilor Ullman already mentioned, the combination of the stories, the height, the uninterrupted building length gave the design review committee concerns related to the overall building mass. There were additional concerns about interruptions between the sidewalk and the greenway. That has been corrected with that dedicated path. The design review committee was requesting, but didn't get to the point of having a discussion with the applicant about the construction and building materials. That was when the design review committee asked for a continuance. The applicant was comfortable with the vote, and that's how you get the vote of a unanimous non-recommendation from the design review committee. The design review committee was supportive of the enhanced pedestrian streetscape work, supportive of the steps in the right direction on the enhancements at the breaks in the building, and other issues related back. There was a complicating factor that our published UDO was a little bit incorrect, so you may see some discussion in the design review committee that was in error because we found that our UDO was published in error. Nevertheless, the building still exceeds the height and the stories, and that is what really drove the DRC's concerns.
Can you drill into that part a little bit more? This is part of where it's been pretty hard to track. It sounds like we had a committee review the project against standards that were incorrect.
That is an accurate statement.
So
That is an accurate statement.
It is an accurate statement.
Which just feels like such a bummer. Sorry, I wish that was more articulate, but I hate that.
Yes.
For the process and because I also feel like I'm talking with his committee members and I'm not sure what proposal they reviewed. And so the two things that had they been different when they were brought to the design review committee were around setbacks and the height. Can you just articulate more what's in those two bullets of, in a world where that error and errors happen, had been different, what would they have been reviewing against?
So this, believe me, I wish it was different as well.
I know, and I'm not trying to pull out.
I was the one who was primarily saying this. Because of the way the code is published, on the Am Legal site, it is wrong. And so the application as it came to us, it was, the incorrect code said 4 stories, 55 feet. The correct code says 5 stories, 70 feet.
Okay.
So it's still not in compliant, it's just not as in compliant, or not as out of compliance, if that's fair.
That's very helpful, and I'm following now that I read it, but hearing it helped. So I will say that error isn't the heart of their concerns, though.
No.
Okay, that's what I needed to understand as we move forward. Thank you.
Correct. I think the way you articulate it as being the totality of the circumstances, the height, the stories, the length, the lack of breaks. And while there may be some difference between the published and adopted code, it was not dispositive on the Design Review Committee's conclusions.
Thank you. I'm trying to get to the bottom of that. That's very helpful.
So, both parcels are under different future land use designations. The 179 parcel where the building is located is part of traditional corridor, which talks about increased housing densities, even if not currently survived, are not currently supporting transit, will maybe become part of an expanded transit system. Notwithstanding that, it is directly connected to multimodal pedestrian infrastructure, one of the best bike paths we have in the city. So it does increase different forms of transportation. So we find that there's no change necessary in that designation.
That surprises me because this is on my way to my transit stop. And because we worked really hard to get the Hill Street stop added. So have we done some mapping around how close this is to multiple River Arch District transit stops? The Hill Street, the Depot Street, and the Robert Street?
I found the closest one to be near the traffic circle.
That's the Robert Street one.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's...
because we just recently downzoned a property on Robert Street that removed the sidewalk requirement, which is why I know this is on the way to the transit stop. It's a half mile.
Yes, that is
I
correct.
just wanted to make sure
Now,
we
you're
were
talking about Roberts, but this is parallel below, right? Like, why would you walk up on Roberts?
I'm not alone. I'm just saying
No,
that
I'm just trying to make sure I'm a little confused. Like, so you would walk, so if
you
someone
have
were at
3
this
transit
location.
options, depending on which direction you're going. The N3 at Hill Street, multiple and late night service at the Robert Street, and the S4 at Depot is a little bit longer walk. But I wanted to make sure that while we're talking about transit access within a half mile, this is there. We just don't have the infrastructure that's safe and accessible, partially because we downzone Robert Street, which has a ripple effect.
Interesting connection. Thank you for always knowing those
sorry,
routes.
I know that I interrupted
it's
you.
so helpful.
I just was like, if it's not transit accessible, that would be a surprise to me because I pass it on my way to my bus stop.
Perfectly understandable. I am here to serve you. The 144 parcel is designated as parks and open space. And while we don't require parks or open space as part of this, the Direct Connection Act, the direct pedestrian connection from Riverside to the Greenway, we think is a positive step forward and presents that opportunity for the residents. The use of pervious pavers is present on the site, which is a green infrastructure. We did note that that requires a lot of maintenance and oversight. So we will have to defer to stormwater to review the installation of those types of facilities. And overall, we therefore find that both parcels are generally consistent with the future land use designation and no changes necessary. Okay, so now I'm getting into the 6 themes and 35 primary goals and 450 recommendations in our comprehensive plan. For that analysis, we've isolated it by overall topics. When we look at this plan, this project in the context of infill and housing, in terms of encouraging responsible growth, increasing access to safe bicycling, increasing and diversify the housing supply, we find that the application with the additional housing is consistent with those themes and goals. In addition, our comprehensive plan talks a lot about design and encouraging responsible growth by developing and applying form codes, promoting great architecture and urban design to enhance placemaking, and particularly promoting affordable housing via incentives such as bonus densities and building height bonuses. Directly a quote from the comprehensive plan. Accordingly, it's staff position that is generally inconsistent with those goals and objectives. In the Wilma-Dykeman Riverway Master Plan, it is consistently articulated throughout that plan that this would be an area that would have mixed use, mixed income, arrangement of buildings that around courts and courtyards to provide for a mix of uses and an activation throughout the location. And accordingly, we found that to be generally inconsistent. Parks access and sustainability, this relates directly to what I was talking about, the future land use designation, the use of green infrastructure on the parking. While parking is not the greatest use of that site, accomplishing that with that type of infrastructure, we believe is a positive step. The connection point is a positive step. Generally, we find it to be consistent with that component of the comprehensive plan. This has a long process. The conceptual design review committee review was, or the technical review committee meeting was in March, approved with conditions. They met with the Riverfront Commission, again, also in March, 10 days later. The Riverfront Commission expressed concerns about the loss of mixed use, affordable housing, some concerns that they articulate about design, but deferred that to the design review committee. There were 3 hearings before the design review committee, one informal in February, formal review in April, that was continued to June, and then at the June hearing voted unanimously not to recommend. Planning and Zoning Commission heard the application on July 11th and voted unanimously to recommend. And here we are at the City Council. So this complex application and analysis, and we have attempted to compress this time frame as much as professionally and humanly possible in between all those hearings and with all the changes. We just feel that some additional time to review this application, work with the applicant, and to go over all of these challenging reconciliations with consistencies and inconsistencies would be our recommendation. Nevertheless, we also feel that where conditional zoning is essentially a legislative process, and the bandwidth between reasonable and unreasonable is pretty wide, and arbitrary is pretty far down that spectrum, we feel that you would be reasonable if you were to find concurrence with the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation and approve the application. And that concludes my presentation. And again, the applicant is likely having some materials. I apologize for going over 10 minutes.
I want to start with thank you, Clay. Very thorough. This is a 100-year decision at the entrance to the River Arts District, so big surprise, I have some questions. One is, given more incentives for solar energy systems, do we have updates on renewable energy installation or readiness for this residential development since we last saw it?
That was not something I had the opportunity, a chance to talk with the applicant. Hopefully they can expand on that when they present.
Thank you. 2, I was really excited about the level of community engagement around this project when it first started, because it's part of my regular commute. There were like signs in front of the project with QR code and asked for public engagement that included a survey on what kind of commercial should be here. I saw in the survey things like, should it have restaurants or food access, maybe like a little market. I have been curious about how you have commercial in a floodplain that is known to flood. The reason Depot Street is named Depot Street is it used to go to the depot that doesn't exist because it flooded. So we're in that 100-year cycle. But I guess the removal of commercial and ground floor activation removes that connectivity that I think we're looking for in the neighborhood, and resources for residents, as well as the illusion of breaking this up. So I am concerned about that, and surprised to see a recommendation to amend that. So can we speak a little bit to how we got to the decision to throw commercial out?
When you say we, you mean staff?
I guess to land on
applicants?
Yeah, well, the applicant, I kind of understand some of that, but how we're approving what will be an amendment to the form-based code essentially by setting precedent.
I think that my discussion about the consistency with the plan and the support for mixed use indicates that we staff shared that concern, and it was unfortunate. Nevertheless, again, I think it's your legislative prerogative to accept that change.
I accept that. That's a great answer. It's on us. I am deeply concerned about the precedent-setting design elements, what it means for the future of the River Arts District. I don't see these amendments as being in the best interest of the community, especially because we did such extensive overlay, and so work around engaging the community. This River Arts District neighborhood touches the legacy neighborhoods of Hill Street and Stumptown, and on the other side, the south side. And so we constantly had to struggle when I was on the transit committee to get that Hill Street stop. And it's always a threat of being removed. We've had to struggle really hard to get the return of the Depot Street stop. So I guess part of this is like there's the design element and the infrastructure element. I'm also just really I'm just sharing for the public benefit my position I don't think we want to set the precedent moving forward, because this will be the new standard of operation for the rest of the River Arts District. And I don't really have any questions around that, just mostly concerns, but I really do appreciate your thorough presentation as always, Clay.
Thank you, Councilor.
I'll layer in an additional concern. I share those. Thank you, Kim. Well said. The precedent setting is concerning, but really even I'm getting stuck on the affordable component and the two-story addition. I actually didn't support this project the first time it came through 3 years ago because I was disappointed in some of those. There was a request for an additional floor. Our requirements didn't speak to one floor. It spoke to two, I think, at the time. But regardless, I'm concerned that, on the broader planning perspective, this council is trying to move forward some housing initiatives that make it clearer and simpler for multifamily developments to produce housing. And one of the, some of the tools in that box are density bonuses, height bonuses, and stuff that we're seeing here. And in one part of our work right now, we're really trying to figure out how to tweak those things to get the affordability and the community benefits that we want. And then here we are just kind of disregarding them at the same time. And it's problematic for me. The design, the lack of support from our design committee who worked so hard. I understand they had some differences in what they were reviewing too with the bad publishing, but nonetheless, there's still unresolved concerns from them. I would really like to see housing in the River Arts District. I would like to see this housing built, but there are some parameters I feel like we're not there yet on. And I'm inclined to encourage, in fact, I did before this meeting, I've encouraged the applicant to delay and consider meeting with staff again and trying to tackle some of these such that this body isn't forced to vote on it tonight, because I don't feel that I'll be able to support it in the state that it is. And I would really like to get to a point where I can support it. For me, that looks like breaking up some of that 400-foot wall. I would love to see some commercial brought back in. I know that's challenging, and it's a completely different financial package in some cases. So maybe we can hear from the applicant why they pulled that. I would like to see the 20% affordable for the 2 extra stories. It's just literally what we call for. And I understand the argument is that they're in a conditional zoning, so that's kind of off the table. Everything that we write is off the table because we're here talking conditions. But to me, that's a condition I can't just write off. Yeah, I mean, I'm encouraging I don't know where all my colleagues stand, but at this point, I'm not going to be able to support it tonight, and I would encourage some more work to be done so we can get this project to somewhere we feel better about.
I have a question, and it might be for the applicant or you.
And I was just going to say, if the applicant's making any kind of a presentation, do we want to? Go ahead and ask your question. I just wasn't sure if we want to hear that.
When this came before, it had a green roof, and now it doesn't. Do you know anything about why that's changed?
The green roof was going to be on the mill building.
Oh.
And since the mill building has degraded to the point of destruction, there won't be a green roof. And so nothing was proposed on the main building at that time, nor at this time.
Were any other green items withdrawn?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, other than the pervious pavers on 144.
Yeah, I guess I'd love to hear more from the applicant,
yeah.
particularly about this proposal to break up the building, because I feel like I still don't have a clear path of, like, I feel like earlier today I heard it was gonna look like one thing, the staff report's saying something different, so I'm still very concerned about a 400-foot dead zone for anyone who comes into our community at the gateway. I think that was well said, Kim. This really is the gateway, and I continue to feel torn because I can't wait to see this river district bloom.
Right.
It's going to be so special, and we put so much time into guiding what that looks like. But I feel like we've all walked through a city where you just feel like you're in a tunnel that's not made for you. And I have concerns that even bumping something back, it won't create the active, engaged space at this gateway to a crucial neighborhood redevelopment. So that's where I'd like to hear more from the applicant.
And to that, I'll add, I'd love to hear from the applicant on the commercial space withdrawal, if they're ready. Yeah.
One question for Clay before you start is on the Stone Yard project. I feel like, I'm going to a different project. I feel like they had commercial on the first level that got pulled back. Do you? Yeah, yes, okay. I was just, because it's just down the street and I just.
This is Steph Monson-Dahl, I'm the Planning and Urban Design Director. They had a small amount of commercial. They will continue to have space that can be turned into commercial, but it will be used right now for leasing offices. And I think maybe another thing for people to just clarify is language when we talk about ground floor commercial. The previous project took advantage of the Riverside Drive development plan and the Wilma-Dykeman Riverway Master Plan and the form-based codes recommendations to have what's called a pedestrian zone or a pedestrian transition zone. It is not ground floor commercial space necessarily, but it is activated like on Brook Street down in Biltmore Village where you have steps and people can sit
And you're
on the
actually
steps and use
stepping
them.
over the parking.
You actually are stepping over
Because the parking can flood and the.
That's right. So you have two ways to accomplish ground floor commercial. One is to raise it out of the floodway, and the other is to use dry flood proofing, which is exorbitant in cost, and we don't see it a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Derek Allen. I have with me this evening Kristen Ohm, Brennan Smith, who are part of the ownership group, and this is a project that they do already own the underlying real estate, and Peter Alvarez, who's our design professional here. And one of the things I wanted to start with is the fact that this is an approved project. This is a conditional zoning that's already been in front of this board and been approved by this board. And it had different elements in it. And the technical modifications that you see tonight in this conditional zoning amendment request all apply to the CZ that's already been approved. The CZ that was already approved exceeded the height that we're going to be talking about, exceeded the building length that we're going to be talking about, had the enclosed glass pedestrian connections that we've been talking about. That project already had that. And so I've got this project here up. The one that is on the left, if you're facing the screen, shows the old mill building that would have had that green roof. Shows the smokestack there to give you some perspective. When that building was found to be unsafe and unsound and it collapsed on the inside, it was torn down. And so that did a couple of things. One, it took out the green roof. And so in replacement of the green roof and the green feature, they have installing on the other side turf block, which is not pervious parking. It's the best of the best for that. And so in terms of actual square footage of green things, this replaces and doubles what was going to be on top of the roof. The second thing is that mill building was going to have the ability to have commercial on the bottom floor. Retail on the second floor, and this is the same thing that the folks at Stoneyard are running into, retail on the second floor is a no-go. Surrounding us, and the one slide that you saw from staff actually came from a question that we had of Planning and Zoning Commission members, and that was what kind of available retail spaces around us and what's vacant. We know that Smoky Park Supper Club has been vacant for some time now. We know that there are vacancies beside us at the stoplight there across the bridge. We know there are vacancies up around the Baby Bull building. We know that the other performing spaces that are around us are under market. They need heads and beds, and that's what we're bringing here. Another thing that this shows, if you look at design of the building and the massing of the building, is that it's essentially the same. We have added 8 feet to the top, and we have eliminated the break between the mill building that had to be demolished and our building. And so the length of 400 feet of the building and no pedestrian cut through is still there. The length of that building is still there. The glass enclosed pass-throughs that we're talking about, pedestrian connections are still there.
May I ask you a question? This, the CZ, was it 3 years ago? Has it expired, that previous approval? Was it 3 years ago?
It's not exactly how it works. I'd have to look at it, and I think that may have predated when the expirations were being put on the bottom of those things.
I can't remember either.
And so the way it would work is if it's put in there, then technically it is up to the city if they wanted to initiate a zoning.
Okay.
I'm guessing that my clients would.
We're
have an
referring
interest
to,
in that.
sometimes these conditions say they have 3 years to build it or lose the right.
So back to the differences between the one on the right, which is the new one, and I'll show you the other end of it. If you look at this, and you can hardly see the difference. It's 8 feet taller. We've eliminated the retail because we can only do retail on the second floor, which is above the podium parking. And we've put in residential where the old building was that fell down, and we put in residential where the retail space was going to be. The affordable housing was 5% for 20 years and is 5% for 20 years. We just have more units now with the 5% being applied across it, and if the full 240 units are being built out, then you end up with another 6 units. Technical modifications, as I mentioned earlier, are still all the same. The transit question that came up, I think that we would love to see transit, and this is one of those things that when you build the units, then you justify having more transit stops. And so I think having this multifamily coming online, RAD coming online, Stoneyard coming online, all tells us as a city that we need to put more transit stops along this corridor. The picture that I passed up to me spoke a lot. The picture that I passed up, you can see the smokestack to the left, and you can see a long run of connected structure with no pedestrian pass-throughs. And the pedestrian pass-through issue, as we have mentioned at every stop along the way, for us is a safety issue. It's a pedestrian pass-through that goes to nowhere. It goes to railroad tracks that are higher than the grade of the sidewalk. It has HVAC concerns, and that's why it is glassed in. And we actually have a difference in opinion with staff and some of the DRC about what the form code requires. The form code requires a, quote, direct pedestrian connection. We believe that what's being provided is, in fact, that direct pedestrian connection. If you look at this, it's got the 15 by 15 there. When I was talking to Councilwoman Ullman in preparation for this, we were talking about stoops going down to the sidewalk, and this is that pedestrian activation. And if you look at the way that this building jogs, you see that those breaks are designed to give that appearance that you've got multiple buildings along the way. So we think that we're meeting the intent of what the form-based code is trying to get at without having a pedestrian connection through to the railroad, creating safety concerns, creating HVA concerns, and quite frankly, losing units. The back of this property has a 100-foot railroad easement on it, and the front of it has a overhead power line easement. And I'll hand this out just so you can see the building envelope. That dealing with. And so it's a very limited space to provide those kinds of things. And so what we're trying to do is provide much-needed housing and to do it in a way that meets at least the intent of the form-based code, and do it in a way that gets it to market. And I do want to talk a little bit about the process that we've been through in this particular project. This project's been kicking around since January. We're now into almost September. We were hung up at the Riverfront Commission that had not met in some time, had all new members. And to their credit, I'm not sure they had an understanding of what their mission was or what their objective was, or supposed to be. At DRC, they were working under the wrong version of the ordinance. Agenda was missed, and so we missed a month there. All told, we spent 4 months at DRC. The carry on this project, without any of design costs or professional costs that go in, is $15,000 a month. That's $60,000 of additional cost just because we couldn't get it through in the process. And so when we talk about those things and there's cost that goes with having delays, that's the kind of thing that we're talking about. This project, after we got through the DRC ordinance issue and it went to planning and zoning, we thought it was back on the right track. And what I mean by that is the staff report that went to planning and zoning recommended in favor of this project without any reservation. The staff report that went to planning and zoning was relied on by planning and zoning commission members, and they added their own conditions. And they had 2 conditions that we have incorporated into our conditions that you see in front of you today. We incorporated both of them word for word from the minutes. That was a unanimous approval. In addition, staff asked us to move things that were either on the site plan or containing the conditions over into technical modifications. And again, because they were already on the original CZ, we didn't think we had to, but we did anyway. And now the technical modifications meet staff's approval. And we would think that a positive staff approval, a recommendation for approval at planning and zoning with the same exact conditions coming to city council would be kind of a no-brainer from a staff recommendation standpoint. That's not been the case. I don't know why staff has walked that back. I don't see a reason to walk that back, but here we are. We would like to have this project resolved. We would like your positive vote. We would like to put housing along this corridor. We would like to give justification for why we need more transit stops along this corridor. And again, the only things that have changed in this project since it was approved by City Council 3 years ago, it's 8 feet taller. It is longer because it's now one building and that building was replaced, and we've eliminated the commercial and replaced it with our much needed residential. I do think there was another miscue in the unit count that was on the chart that was up there. I think it said 160, it was actually 134. So it's 134 up to 240 now, so it's a lot more residential units. The last number I saw, actually I heard, I think from you at the chamber event, was 14,000 units that we need. 240 in a place where we can do what I believe and what I think the data shows is the most cost-effective way to reduce cost of living, which is to have walkable and bikeable places where they can go to jobs, they can go to schools, they can go to entertainment. And it's also, I think, the most environmentally friendly thing that we can do is to push on walkability, bikeability. We're gonna have a greenway right across the street with an enhanced pedestrian connection for the condition that's gonna end up being 18 miles. Is 18 miles, is that was, so you can go from Carrier Park to Woodfin on this greenway, and that's what we're asking to do is that. We want to be part of that. I'll be happy to answer any questions or direct them to our team. We'd appreciate your support.
Is that enhanced pedestrian access public?
It is.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I would love you to talk about this corridor because, as you mentioned, we talked earlier today, and the picture in the middle is the one I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So when we were talking, I was under the impression that your client feels concerned about having ground floor access to nothing, right? That behind this facility will be railroad tracks, and so I can hear that. And so part of what I was hearing at that time was that this is where the idea of having this 15-foot wide glass enclosed space that residents would be able to use. And then we talked about what happens after floor one. That after floor one, earlier today it sounded like that would be completely open and there'd be balconies out onto there. So if I'm walking by, sunlight could come through, or I could throw a football through it. Like, it would be above the first floor, an experience of separate buildings. But then I feel like I was hearing something different as Clay was understanding it. So I'm still just trying to really understand that.
Yeah, and I think in this picture, that's what it's designed to do, is give the appearance of separate buildings. And so the historical photo that I sent around that's got these different buildings that clearly have been at different times, this gives that appearance, and the place where these are located here and here have that same piece of they're at the joints of this building as it snakes around to give that appearance of the different buildings.
But so at the second floor, it's glass?
Second floor, it's glass.
Third
and-
floor?
Glass.
Yes,
All enclosed.
all enclosed, and that's driven by.
Okay, I was
saving
hearing
money,
that differently when we
HVAC.
spoke earlier. Okay.
And again, that's exactly the way it was under the CZ that was approved 3 years ago as well.
I hear that, and I'm sympathetic to the time it takes to bring projects to get housing here. You know I am.
Yeah.
And when we pursue a CZ at this point, I don't know, kind of to argue, some things were previously approved, but we want to change here. Like, then I could say, great, previously approved was a green roof, show me the green roof. Like, I don't know, that argument kind of, I still have concerns with this project.
Sure.
I really
Well,
would love
the
to
green
take
roof
some more
part,
time with
you know,
it.
The design team said, all right, we're losing the green roof because that building doesn't exist anymore. We can't put things on top of this building
Why?
because HVAC has to go somewhere.
There's different ways around that.
I'm not sure where it would go, given that.
There are some other green opportunities if you, I mean, do you need to park it this much? If you had more affordability, you may not need to park it. You got a whole parking lot, you're trying to use that space because it has limited use, it could be green space. You know, there are some gives and takes, but yeah, I guess I'm curious if your client is interested in going back to the table on this, or if you guys like to continue and proceed and be heard tonight and voted. Are you trying to evaluate our yays and nays? I just heard several say they're concerned. If anyone else wants to speak
Do
up.
you have any questions for Derek? All right, anybody else have any questions for Derek? We do have some people signed up.
Yeah, I think that we should hear the people that are signed up to speak. I think that's fine, and then we can, if I can save time for rebuttal or response afterwards, then we'll revisit that.
Now we're like appellate
Rebuttals.
judges. That's what you got. Okay, we do have, I'm going to open the public hearing because we do have some folks signed up to speak under this item. Folks who are speaking tonight, you'll have 3 minutes. Please watch the lights on the lectern. Green means go, orange means get close to the end, and red and the buzzer means stop. You'll have 3 minutes. I think I already said that, but the first person signed up to speak under this item is Paul Howell.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city manager, city attorney, and the glue that holds everything together, Maggie. It was my intention to bring some Kleenex or Charmin with me here tonight. Yet being I was over halfway here, I wasn't going to turn back and go get it. Every time I'm in this chamber, I already know that any proposals that the local residents actively oppose, I know we're either going to be crying over or covered with shit from y'all going against the very people you work for supposedly, the taxpayers in this city. Over and over again, each time y'all commit mutiny against the locals, the outcome continues to be unsuccessful. We're here now because the folks y'all let in the door to build 134 units with 5% for 20 years, 7 units designated as affordable at 179 and 144 Riverside Drive wants to amend this proposal to one with 240 units with 5%, 12 units designated as affordable. 160 more units with only a 5-unit increase in those designated as affordable. Really? While the project is voluntarily proposing some minimum designated affordable units for 20 years at 5%, this proposal falls short of offering the required, not allowed, but required percent of affordable units necessary to acquire the height and story bonus offered in the form-based code. So unless y'all are going to sit here and brazenly go against the form code, this issue is consuming time that could be directed towards other issues of housing in places where y'all are agreeing to stockpile people in these stacked apartments with fancy names portraying affordable living at unaffordable prices. And this monstrosity right there is nothing more than a slave ship, the hull of a slave ship on land. Thank you.
The next person signed up to speak is Nina Tovesh.
Good evening, council members and staff. This is probably a rare occasion where you'll hear me suggesting that we should choose not to expand the number of proposed housing units. And I base this, I think that this council got it right the first time with the zoning that is currently in place for this project. I think a more massive building that reduces the opportunities for public interaction, for commercial use, and for community permeability is going in the wrong direction. So if you vote tonight not to approve this, what you're really doing is voting to reaffirm what you decided the first time around, which I believe was a promising way of moving forward with this property. As for the unfortunate collapse and destruction of the pre-existing industrial building there, to my mind, this opened up an opportunity to perhaps divide this project into 2 buildings because there was more footprint available. There was an opportunity to open up a central part that could have been dedicated to commercial use. I think that this is a step in a less constructive direction for the River Arts District, which I think thrives on exchange between passersby, between visitors, between residents, and the possibility to explore the spaces that are open to the public. So I urge you, if this comes to a vote this evening, not to approve this altered conditional zoning and try to do something that captures the intent of the original CZ and urge the applicant to go further than a permeable pavement in addressing some climate mitigation and green features for this building, which will be large. As for the affordability, 5% is pretty skinny, and it's not clear at what standard of affordability we're talking about. Are we talking 80% AMI? Are we talking 50%? If it's 80%, you know, that's a pretty narrow adjustment. So I'm saying stick with what you first approved. I think it's a better way forward. Thank you for consideration this evening.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the folks that have signed up under public comments. I'll close the public hearing. Council, there are, and I want to make sure we hear from everybody. There are some options here, but since this feels a little bit like council needs to know, some of council needs to know more, or looking for opportunities to see how this project can be improved. So I would just sort of put on the table and ask the applicant whether they would agree to move this, and don't jump up quite yet, I'm just setting this out there, to move this to our next council meeting, which would be September 10th, for us to be able to have a little more time for this to make it, maybe make some changes before we take our final vote on it. And with that said, Sandra, I know you wanted to say something.
Yeah, only thing I'd like to say is I would like to be supportive of this development because we do need housing, and 240 units are a lot of housing. However, I am concerned about the 5%. To me, I just think if we're talking about expanding the River Arts District and making it diverse. We cannot make it diverse if we do not have a more affordable housing for our residents. It will not be a diverse. It will just be an area of just the affluent. And so we have to make sure that we as a council do everything we can to ensure that the River Arts District is inclusive. So therefore, unfortunately, I won't be able to support it tonight either. Thank you.
This is interesting, the various projects that in this area that have been coming to us, and I was trying to remember on the Rad Lofts, now called The Wire. I know they came back like 6 times to adjust their project, which is out of the ground and getting ready to be done, I think. But they got a LUIG grant, a land use incentive grant, I believe, and I don't recall the percentage of affordability off the top of my head.
10.
It's been a long time. Is it 10? I'm looking. Do you guys remember? Anybody? No. Okay. You think it is, Sage? 10?
I think it's 10.
10%. And that was with yes, they got a LUIG grant, and that was a pretty complex application with different components to it in exchange for the LUIG. They did come back and scale back the commercial as well, which is something we're seeing down there. I mean, same with the Stone Yard. And do you all recall the affordability percentage in the Stone Yard project?
We could find out. See, just a little more time, right? Because I think what we're hearing is everybody wants this. We need the economic development in the River Arts District, and we're seeing projects struggle, like Radloff's Wire, whatever it's called now. I mean, it's taken multiple years to get some of these off the ground, and I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm not suggesting this be revised 6 times or anything like that, but it is important that these initial projects are done well and done inclusively, like Councilwoman Kilgore just said. I'm really hoping you all will pull this, reconsider some details, and come back, and that might include a trip back to the Design Review Committee, which is where I will be too, simply so that clarity and their support could be remedied, because if some of these changes are made, they would probably become supportive. Please do consider. I would hate to have to vote this down tonight. And I guess if you're curious and listening in, if this project, if they were to get a no tonight, then they would be stalled for 12 months or longer until they came back with a significantly different application, or as a public comment was made, they could fall back to the previous approval. Hopefully, a little more time and energy could get a better result here. I'm willing to meet with the applicant team about my concerns if needed.
I appreciate you saying that part, because it's on my mind. This is clearly weighing on me because I really believe in more housing. I advocate for that all the time. It's very important, and particularly in this area. We put so much time into giving it awesome infrastructure so people want to live there, so it can really transform. But I think there was a lot of potential to further enhance and double down on this space being even cooler when the mill building fell down. That gave a lot more land in this project, and it seems like the math was, let's just max out the units. And so any of the things that are being brought to the table now are off the table because the first math was maxing out the units. And I just would like us to spend some more time seeing if we can push that, because I don't want to be part of this staying vacant for 20 years.
Right.
I want to see a good private partner work together to move forward. And I just don't think it's there right now for me. So I appreciate being able to elaborate a little further on my thoughts. So I also say, I'd love to see this September 10th or whatever the next time is that the applicant feels they can come to us.
There's a disconnect happening with commercial. I'm trying so hard to help entrepreneurs and small businesses find spaces that are affordable. I know we talk about land trust for housing, for long-term affordability, but we haven't really had a community conversation about land trust for commercial, and what it would mean for small businesses to be able to get off the ground. So just because there's vacancies doesn't mean there's not a need for commercial, to get creative on, maybe it's micro commercial, like the micro housing units. So something is disconnecting, and we're getting ready to hear from the Community Reparations Commission. The impact focus areas include housing and economic development. And I think that's part of the connectivity, and the neighborhoods aren't just housing. They're resources and dentist's office and schools and grocery stores. And so just like as a part of a bigger picture, I'm thinking about the future of the River Arts District as a whole. And it has to have housing. But I don't know that the density bonus is even giving us what we need. So that's kind of on us too.
Yeah. And to think this could be 100-year building there for 100 years. And,
Do you think these new apartment buildings are 100-year buildings?
I don't know.
I don't really seem like
We
it.
know,
The
we don't
glass is
say
made
much
to last
longer than
100
that.
years, but the glue doesn't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe. So I've got kind of two areas of heartburn about this, just sort of zooming out. I mean, one of the reasons the city transformed the River Arts District to the River Arts District from an industrial district was because it was no longer being used so much as an industrial district. And it's a wonderful area now for families to enjoy. People can ride their bikes and walk and recreate. And we knew we were creating a palette for investment to build housing, commercial spaces. Obviously, we have breweries. We're pretty good at that, apparently. So this is exactly in concept, this is exactly what we invited to happen in the River Arts District. We want it to be full of people and housing for all sorts of folks. So that's great that that's happening. And I think as a part of that, I'm a little bit concerned about being inconsistent with each of these applicants. I know this happens over time, and we have different councils sitting up here, but some applicants were saying 5% affordability is fine. Other ones were saying, we're gonna give you a land use incentive grant, you're gonna get a tax rebate, but you gotta provide housing. I mean, other developers have gotten approval from this council with no affordability in it because they weren't requesting any subsidy at all. And there's no request for a subsidy here. So that is a little bit challenging, I think, if you want to build housing in the city and we're kind of moving the goalposts around. I would be frustrated if I were an applicant trying to know exactly what is going to work, what is going to be acceptable. So there's that whole part of the conversation. And the other is, I mean, you do go to cities that are throwing up housing all over the place, like a Charlotte or a Raleigh, and the formula, because of the building code, is to keep it to a certain height so it can be stick built. So because of the rate of return on residents versus other types of uses like a hotel. But I think we're working to try not to be just anywhere USA with this kind of housing construction, and that was the reason for the adoption of the form-based code in the River Arts District, to try to make sure that the final product is sort of unique to Asheville, as much as it can be. And also work well with the vibrancy we're trying to sustain down in the River Arts District. You go down there anytime right now, and people are all over the place, and they're walking their dog, and they're hanging out together, and they're having a great time. And we don't want to create dead spaces where there's not, activity and interaction. And so I see the struggle, but I also don't want to scare off anyone who wants to build housing in our community. We have a lot of projects that we've already approved that aren't coming out of the ground because the financing isn't working. So I don't know exactly what the answer is, but I would reiterate to the applicant that I would love to see this come back on September 10th, because I think in general, this council wants to to encourage housing development in the River Arts District, period. But we want to be just a bit picky about it. And when we say that, we mean more that it adheres to these thoughtfully planned and adopted plans that we have.
Well, and Mayor, if I may, philosophically speaking, like how we're approaching a bond referendum on the ballot in just 60, 70 days. And the community will decide if they want to raise their own taxes to promote affordable housing in the community. And, we've got that happening in one lane, and the other lane, we're working on ways that we can make these multifamily projects more of a prescription process. You can see, like we did with hotels, where you can see options to choose from, you can achieve certain goals, and then maybe skip this process if you achieve the outcomes that we need, like affordability and green infrastructure, et cetera. So then we've got that. And then we've got projects like this where the affordability isn't even meeting the criteria that we've built into the code. I mean, this is technically the commercial expansion district, and there's no commercial. So it's getting a little hairy. But if I'm a voter and I'm raising my own taxes, I think there's a disconnect between the housing that we keep getting with these incentives and the housing the community keeps thinking they want. Like there's no movement in home ownership increases right now. And if we can get our prescription process and these type developments to create the affordability that we need so desperately, then the things that we do on the periphery, like the bond monies and low interest loans and things, can actually go into home ownership or down payment assistance and stuff. There is a greater strategy here to streamlining multifamily housing with affordability built in, so we don't have to subsidize it so much, so we don't have to do $20 million in bonds every 4 years. It is an overall strategy. We really need the private developments to create this. We can't do that in North Carolina by right. We cannot require affordable housing in these projects, so we have to get creative. We have to use things like height limits and height bonuses to create the affordability. And when I see those tools not being used, it tells me there's a couple problems with the tools, with how much affordability we're requiring, I don't know, but it's not working this way. We're not achieving our affordability goals. And I think, and I'm worried that taxpayers are going to get frustrated with us for constantly subsidizing these large apartment complexes, when really what they want is to own their own home.
Well, okay.
I'm sorry, it's just, well, it's a greater strategy. I don't think
okay.
we should just overlook that this is one piece of a greater strategy. We really need these large apartment complexes to build the affordability in, period.
So, does anyone else want to make a comment on this before we hear from Derek as to whether or not they'll move this to September 10th? Okay.
Could we move this to September 10th for further consideration?
For what?
Further consideration by this.
I'll make a motion.
Well, yes, is that, you're saying yes, you would?
Yes.
So Maggie, so note, Brad won't be here, but Brad hasn't had to jump in yet, so that could be a good sign.
Is September 10th good on our agenda, where we have room and
Derek's had
time?
enough time for,
We have several things on the hearings. We have 2 UDO amendments by a citizen.
Oh,
We have,
Is the next meeting better? The
24th.
We have 3 o'clocks on both days. We have 3 o'clocks on both days.
did the applicant just shake their head to no in later September? You said September 10th, not
Yeah.
September 24th.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got until September 10th.
And the primary parts of this public hearing are done.
Yes. Yeah. We'll just receive it. I mean, it won't be a full presentation, it'll just be if any changes
If any
are made.
changes, yeah.
Okay, so move.
We need
your-
I moved to move this item to September 10th. Sandra, second.
All right, we have a motion, a second. Sandra seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
We'll see you back on September 10th. That concludes our the public hearings portion of our agenda. Do you guys want a quick break?
No, want to keep going over it.
Do you need, anybody need a quick break?
I'm fine.
I'm fine. I'm fine, yeah, keep going.
I snacked before. Like what I saw headline.
Look at your text. Did she say? I'm trying not to be dramatic.
We're not getting them all.
Um,
Oh, no, we are.
Okay, we're going to move to unfinished business, and the item we're going to hear is Community Reparations Commission Extension Request. Duana Little and Babette Mays are going to present this item, and I've been listening to your rehearsals in your commission meetings, so I know you're ready. Duana, you matched the pickleball people tonight, and I know that wasn't intentional.
We all lit up when the orange crews walked in
Yeah.
there.
Good evening. I'm Duana Little, the Chair of the Reparations Commission. And
Good evening to the Chair, Vice Chair, to Lawyer, City Council, all of you above. I'm Babette Mays, and I am the Vice Chair.
so we are standing before you today to present our progress update and a request for an extension. Oh, I just said that, so.
The background. The members of the Reparations Commission was appointed by the Asheville City Council on March the 8th, 2022, and the Buncombe County Board of Commissioners on March the 15th, 2022. The mission, the Reparations Commission is empowered to make short, medium, and long-term recommendations that will have significant progress towards repairing the damage caused by public and private systemic racism. Defining reparations. Reparations for Asheville and Buncombe County NC look like a commitment to restoring the dignity of Black Asheville and Buncombe County residents, restoring voice to Black Asheville and Buncombe County residents, and restoring what was taken from Black Asheville and Buncombe County residents. In doing so, the Commission has defined reparations as a continuous financial investment to address and prevent the harms experienced by the generations of Black residents in Asheville and Buncombe County, including the historical harm stemming from enslavement. Reparations will enhance and improve the well-being Black residents. This requires the reversing changes of policies and systemic barriers that have caused harm and continue to contribute to those harms. These changes will not and shall not cause new or additional harms. Reparations cannot be complete unless strong efforts are made to close the racial wealth gaps, including increasing access to and removing barriers from home ownership, land acquisitions, business development opportunities, and monetary compensation for Black residents that will yield intergenerational benefits, including heavy investments into Black youth education that leads to economic mobility. The Reparations Commission calls for public acknowledgement and an apology from city, county, and other entities, organizations, and groups who have benefited from the harms due to Black residents. Any and all efforts must and will be held accountable by those who have been harmed and are the descendants of those who have been harmed, Black residents, in the form of a continued Reparations Commission.
So this is the resolution that was originally passed in July 14, 2020, during the civil unrest that was happening here locally. The charge, City Council, July 4th, the resolution tasked the CRC with the following: issuing a report in a timely manner for considerations for incorporation into short and long-term priorities and plans, providing budget and program priorities for the following to include but not limited to: increasing minority home ownership and access to affordable housing, increasing minority business ownership and career opportunities, developing strategies to grow equity and generational wealth, closing gaps in healthcare, education, employment, and pay, neighborhood safety, and fairness within criminal justice. So this is the recommendation that came from the Community Reparations Commission in October 2022 that was voted on and approved by both the city and the county. And so this is our Stop the Harm recommendation, and that is the cessation, assurance, and guarantees of non-repetition of institutional processes that lead to racially disparate outcomes. And so the part that is highlighted is something that the city and county are both still working on. One part of this that has been completed is the official audit, the Stop the Harm audit, and that has been completed, and y'all do have close to 104 recommendations from that audit that was completed this year.
Are you saying 104 within the document, or does the Reparations Commission plan to recommend that we adopt the suggestions in the audit?
We did recommend that y'all adopt the suggestions for those recommendations that came from the audit to be considered. So our progress update.
Since the formal request for the December the 12th, 2023 council meeting, the CRC has worked diligently in the following ways. We increased meeting cadence to twice a month, held a full-time retreat in June 2024, organized a community engagement committee where we developed a community engagement plan and tool, engaged over 3,200 Black residents between the months of March and May, voted on and passed all 39 recommendations created by the CRC, the information of the final report writing team, which has begun to meet bi-weekly beginning June 10th, 2024. Extension request. The Community Reparations Commission respectfully requests an additional 6 months.
So to complete, we are requesting this to complete the full charge of the CRC. We know that we need to complete the following: continued community engagement around reparations, education, utilizing a data collection tool that segregates by demographics. We have not been able to utilize that tool, even though it has been requested. Write and finalize the CRC report that has been going on. They're meeting bi-weekly, and we are scheduling our individual interviews as commission members to help contribute to that process, but it is not complete. IFAs need to have time to contribute to the final report. That is underway right now. A creation of a 501c3 public-private so that we can be able to garner public and private funds for reparations recommendations that are outside of the scope of the city and the county that have been recommended. And so that will entail us organizing, incorporating bylaws, board of directors, et cetera, and also the organization of a Black chamber, which was a recommendation that was recommended by the auditors to help around the economic development recommendations that have been approved by the commission and submitted to the city and county, and the formation and organization of the Accountability Council under the 501c3, as well as the Reconciliation Task Force. Of course, we'll need to draft agreements and all of the things, all of the logistical work to get these things in place so that it can be a support to the implementation, the effective implementation of the recommendations as they have been approved and written by this commission. There are still recommendations that have not been reviewed by staff or voted on by a commission. It missed the deadline. They missed the timeline that we were trying to work within, so they didn't get to make it to our full commission for a vote.
What does that mean? Who missed the deadline? This me.
Oh, so we were trying to stay within, we had this process was supposed to end at the end of June. And so our last commission meeting was supposed to be the 17th. So we were kind of trying to get all of the recommendations in, and it's a process when they have to go through city review, and then they come back to us as commission after staff review and legal review so that we can make the adjustments, and then it goes to the commission.
And at the beginning, your voice kind of tailed off a little bit. I think it was on the first one where you said you haven't been able to do it or something. Can you repeat what you said?
We have had a tool that we use for community engagement that was created by city staff, and it's actually a nice tool that we get input, but it's not segregated by race. So often a lot of our data requests across the city and county and the state, it's hard to get information that's segregated by demographics.
Is that because it doesn't exist or because no one will give it to you? Or they're not collecting that information?
No, we want to implement that. It does not exist. And so the staff has been very supportive and wanting to work with us on getting us the tools that we need. So, and then make recommendations around the histories of harm, policy, laws, and practices that perpetuate the harm on Black people. That's something that we did not get to in this process, is really doing the research around the history of harms and being able to do that deep dive into the issues. And so a lot of our recommendations is per the current status of Black Asheville and Black Buncombe County, or how you want to say it. And so we want to dig a little bit deeper and really be able to see real change with this process, as far as really recommending some things that could be added to the city and county's legislative agendas to promote some laws and real intentional system change around the harms that continue to be perpetuated to Black people.
The reason for the request, the issues of the project management. Repeated changes with project management that stopped or slowed the forward movement of the commission that resulted in misinformation around the timeline and inconsistent meetings for several months. In addition, certain procedures were decided unilaterally by city, county, staff, project manager team with CRC votes agreement, which completely misdirected the CRC language and vision, etc. Access to data. Most local reparations begin with the study of the issues being seated before seating a commission. However, Black reparations was never studied by Asheville, Buncombe County, leaving CRC members to devote time to conduct minimal research to justify proposal recommendations. There was also a delay in receiving the requested data. City and county requirements that they would be taking no more data requests for a number of months also held up the CRC and railroaded discussion momentum about data. Proposals only address 10% of the history of Black Asheville, Buncombe County. No time capacity to do the research needed to make recommendations around the history of harms, policy, laws, and practice that perpetuate the harm of Black people. Community engagement. The CRC still needs time to adequately engage with communities that have not been informed of the reparation process and to build recommendations inclusive of the community input. I would just like to say that before we move to the next slide, that some of the issues that we had were the fact that we did not know. Do I need to stop? Can I go on? Can I please?
Yes, please.
Okay. That we did not know. We were a group of people that really didn't know each other. Some of us were from Asheville, some were not, some were young. When we had to discuss the harm that had been done to Asheville, it was a process of research. Sometimes they didn't know where to go to find the information. It took us a step back, and the responsibilities that were laid on us kind of put us behind and it kind of slowed us down in the process of what we needed to do. Because it's just so much to this process of the harm that in so many different areas, because we're interested in the educational piece. We're not educated to how the process works of possibly generational wealth, home ownership, a lot of things pieces that we did not know, that we're still working out to even engage back to our community.
Did you ask for technical assistance from the county and the city?
We do know that there was some data that was brought to us about what statistics were, where things stood, but I don't think that, I'm not gonna put the blame on anyone. I'm gonna say that we would need to be more specific on exactly what we needed and what we wanted to see. because we had the resources at the PAC library downstairs about some of the history, but we were not given specifics on where we needed to go, and it was a process. And so it's taken a little longer. We're getting there. We're getting the work done, but it was just like it kind of backed us up because it was something that was new and we had never done before.
So our proposed timeline for the next 6 months, it does say August because we are anticipating speaking to City Council at the end of July. And so this timeline just shift the months and the ends in February. So we are already in the midst of the final report writing. We have been meeting as a commission to discuss the 501c3 in the Black Chamber and getting that established. We have also reached out to legal to work on those documents and getting those things incorporated, which are recommendations that are in the 39 recommendations and the 100. So we are working on that to get that established. The research and recommendations that stem from the community engagement input. Yes, we have engaged over 3,200 Black people around community engagement and reparations, but one thing that we learned in that process was that a lot of people really didn't understand this process. They didn't know about this process. They heard the term, but really knowing all that was needed. So we asking them for input on something that they really don't know about and understand. And so building awareness was a big part of our community engagement in March through May. And so we want to continue that and continue to educate the community around this process and get them involved. But the input that they gave, we have not been able to really incorporate that and make adjustments within our recommendations to accommodate the input from community at the level that we would like to. And so this is our timeline for what it looks like for the next 6 months and what we're asking the city to approve the extension to this process so that we have some more time to do the much needed work that needs to happen around this process. And so that's our thing. With the extension of the 6 month, the CRC believe that these items, as described in the full charge of the CRC, will be completed to the best of our abilities.
Are there any questions for us?
The only thing I'd like to say, I realize, it's taken a lot of work, a lot of twists and turns, and appreciate all the efforts and time that you've put into this. And the only thing I was asking, I really think it's glad to see you're establishing, the Black Chamber of Commerce and the different things that you're taking on, which is going to need additional time. But the one thing I was just wondering is, I know that the one thing is important is that we start having action items on the agenda, because a lot of people, community just keep saying, when are they going to do something? When are they going to do something? So the only thing I would like to sort of, hopefully that we can get to, that this extension will give you enough time to get us to the point where we can be taking actions. And we realize that it's going to take a lot more time, a lot more input to get it where it needs to be. But we need to sort of, and we can still make amendments and changes as we go, but we would like to try to really get it, up and moving after the first of the year so people can start seeing, the differences that we can make in the community.
And I definitely agree with that. We do have 39 already vetted and approved recommendations that y'all should be seeing that are action items that can be moving at the same time. This does not take away from that.
Exactly.
This just supports that.
Okay,
work
thank
moving
you.
forward.
And we're also getting ready to start, we're going to establish a steering committee where that would give us more access, that we could actually sit down and the steering committee would be composed of, like an executive board. We'd have bylaws. We would have something. We have to go back and organize a steering committee so that we can move into those different places that would give you that focus on your action items.
And what's important and priorities. Right. Okay, thank you.
I just want to thank you both, and I hope all the rest of the commission for your efforts so far. I like to say that good things take good time and great things take great time. So I understand the request. One concern I've heard come up is that some folks are just not able to continue attending. Are you having a problem with attendance? Is there anything we need to address there? Or you're good to finish with the crew that's still hanging in?
So at our last meeting, that's one thing that we did tackle, because just from previous conversations in our commission meetings, there are those who do not want to continue on with the extension, but there are a lot more who do. And so we have been asking them to, the ones who do, we have been creating those steering committees, that one that's working on the 501c3 and one that's working on the Black Chamber, and one for community engagement. And so those that want to continue in this process, we are definitely moving forward and doing the work. And then we do have a standard when we apply or made a commitment to this process, that we would be present and show up to do this work at 80% of the time. And so we are reviewing and vetting that as well against those who have missed more than 80%. But we are not asking the city or the county to appoint anybody new. Just take that out to say we're not asking y'all to do that. What we're doing is there are those with partners of like the chamber, the Black chambers across our state that want to support us. With that process, there are those who want to support us. I reached out to Mount Bizworks with the creation of the 501c3 and a legal team to be able to do some pro bono work to help us with the 501c3. So we are building our task force, and it will be made up of the commission that do want to continue on, but we would not ask that y'all appoint anyone. So we are addressing it.
So thank you all so much for coming tonight. I know you worked really hard to put together this presentation, and you did a great, this was a great explanation of the whole history of the process and how we got here. And thanks to the whole commission for doing all the work that you've been doing. And I'm your liaison, and I've been listening to your virtual meetings the last couple of times, and I can hear you all working through all these complex issues. I think staff does have one slide, so if—
Before they go, I have two questions.
Yeah, and they're not disappearing.
Okay. One, I just wanted to start with gratitude for your leadership individually and the leaderful work of the Reparations Commission and the steering committee moving forward. So honoring your time in this historic moment, I've been wondering what meaningful support looks like. And could you confirm for us if the stipends for the members are continuing, or if that's part of this request?
So that is a part of this request, and we would like for those stipends to continue because we are doing work. And that's just the reality of the situation. We are continuing the work of this process. And so we would ask that those stipends continue on throughout the extension. Because like realistically, the type of work that has been given by this commission to this process is far valuable than the actual amount of the stipend. And y'all, I'm sure y'all know what that amount is. And so as we continue to do this work and addressing these issues, I definitely think that needs to happen.
And I also remember hearing over time, multiple times, that the source of funding is important, that operations funding not come from the reparations fund. Is that also consistent with this request?
Yes.
And then the second thing, Babette, I really appreciate that you use the word railroaded, because what I was watching in some of the meetings most recently in the spring and summer, being in the room with y'all, that sense of urgency that was coming up as it was pushed, what seemed like by the city and the county timelines. So I support the request for an extension, but having just been the liaison for the Homeless Initiative Advisory Committee, as we moved to the continuum of care, I saw programming support, facilitation support, and legal support as we moved through that process. And so I've been curious, what are the gaps that you see in support? And are you hearing, like, is it a staff issue? Is it a funding issue? Is that something we need to ask of our staff? But does the Community Reparations Commission have a recommendation for not just for the time, but what support looks like?
And so that's what we actually have been discussing in our steering committee meetings, because and it is a question that I posed to staff that has posed to y'all's legal team around how do we get that type of support, the same type of support for this process that's being given to the continuum of care process, because it's just as equally important. You know what I mean? And it's like, when we ask those questions, it's like, oh, it's impossible, it can't be done, but it has been done. And so there is a precedence for consideration of that, and I don't know what that looks like on y'all side and legally and through y'all processes, but I think it should be considered in reference to this process, especially in the creation of this 501c3 external body of this process, to be that accountability, be that implementation, to work with our community partners who are also doing this work and be able to share in that implementation of our recommendations with y'all throughout this process. Even once this work stops, even after February, it's still a lot of work that needs to be done and making sure that things get done intentionally. And so I definitely think that that has been a question I have been posing to staff, is how do we get that type of support? Like, how do this process get that type of support if you know that you have committed commission members who want to continue this process and continue to do the work? It didn't happen in 2 years. It's not like all the trauma, all the harm, all the perpetuation on Black people of the disenfranchisement. It didn't happen in 2 years. It happened over hundreds of years, and so it's like, how do we move past that? How do we build this process out so it's a lasting body to continue this work the way it needs to be done?
Thank you.
So I have a recommendation as we close up and before the city comes up to say what she has to say. We have a proposal that some of us commissioners have thought about. Since this is the first time that this has been done, we would like to know if there was a way that there could be something somewhere in this building, and even in the county building, that would name the process and the people that were involved in this first process of reparation.
So you mean like a marker?
Yes, so generations down will know that we were here and the work that we did. And I think that's important. We think that's important for our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, any relatives to be able to see that we were here. And my last point is that we still know that we talk about the harm in the past, but there's still harm now. It's still harm that when we go before anyone as a Black woman, I feel like, and some of the other commissioners feel like, we have to try twice as hard to be able to get to the level of our counterparts. And that's far as positions and our pay. And so as women, and even women of color, we would ask that you still continue to realize that we are at the table and that we're moving forward. And we would like to be treated the same way with the same things that everyone else has been afforded to.
Thank you.
Stay up here with me.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Salam Anaya Merritt, Director of Equity and Inclusion. So I'll share our staff recommendation with regards to the extension request from the CRC. So during the June 17th meeting, the Community Reparations finalized their recommendations. Again, there were 39 recommendations total. The remaining component of the CRC's charge is the development of that final report. Again, we are meeting bi-weekly on Mondays. We began in June 10th on holding those meetings for the report writing. The report will be completed in the fall of 2024. We are confident that we can get that done by the end of October. No additional meetings of the full CRC have been scheduled past the special meeting that was held this past August 19th to discuss the extension request. And staff is recommending to continue the current levels of support for the work of the commission as follows. The final report completion, again, by the end of October 2024. From November 2024, to February 2025, we will continue the level of support that's needed to ensure the success of this process and the efforts. And then in February of 2025, the CRC will close out at the end of the month. And then what I'd like to share with you is just a visual of what that'll look like. So what you'll see is that there's a focus on the final report from August to October. So our goal is to really be intentional about making sure that we get this final report done. Again, the commission, there's a committee that is meeting bi-weekly that consists of city and county staff as well as a couple of IFA facilitators and some of our CRC members. Now, although I'm saying that we're going to focus completely on the report between August and October, I will have you look over at November, and you'll see that there's a couple of things that are highlighted in red that are in progress. And that is resources for the attorney for the 501c3. I've been working very closely with the chair. I actually reached out to Fiscal Legal and asked them if they would be able to assist and provide pro bono work. They did speak with the chair, and then they determined with their staff that they were not able to provide that level of support due to a conflict of interest, which they could not disclose. But they also gave the chair a couple of recommendations on attorneys that may be able to assist, and also assisting with the locating resources for the formation of the Accountability Council. So I want to be clear that although we're saying we're going to focus completely, we are doing some work on the formation of the 501c3 as well as trying to assist with the Accountability Council. I am in regular contact with both the chair and the vice chair on things that they may need and ways that we can assist. And so as you look at November through February of 2025, again, we're going to continue that staff support to the CRC. We'll begin closing out at the end of January. We'll make sure that final payments are completed and taken care of in February. And then we'll look to you as they, with regards to the implementations plans for the recommendations. We have shared the recommendations with all the department heads to start looking at when it comes to the cease to harm and the recommendations from the CRC. We also have a special meeting that's taking place on September the 23rd. September the 23rd, where we're looking at the overlap of those recommendations. We also applied for a grant for technical assistance that we're working with to figure out how to implement those recommendations. So there's definitely work that is continuing with regards to these recommendations, and just wanted to make you all aware of that. And that completes my presentation.
Do you know
which questions?
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry. Do you know which, if any, of the recommendations have already begun? I do know that, you know, in housing, we're already talking about displacement and
right, and
things
so
like that.
what I can say is that one of the things that we're implementing from the cease to harm, so we haven't implemented anything or begun to implement anything from the actual recommendations. We're waiting to bring those to council and for you all to vote on and to give us some direction on that. But for the cease to harm, we are looking at hiring practices, and so that was one of the things that came up. And so one of the things that we're doing, and a couple of the departments have done in the past couple of weeks, I should say, is we are doing a, and it just escaped me. We're doing a redacted version of hiring people. So applications come in, and I can use myself as an example for the manager's role that I'm hiring for. The applications came in. I was able to look at them, but all the information as far as names, where they worked, was redacted from the actual applications. There was a group of, or a team that I pulled together. They were the ones who held the first interview. I was not a part of that process because I didn't want to be biased during the process. The second interview took place, and that's when I came into the process. And so that was something that was suggested or recommended through the cease to harm, is that we create a team to be able to look at the applications, and that the managers or the directors are not not in that first interview. So that's something that we've started working on at this point in time.
Okay.
Curious, I think I know the answer, but as I've been out and about talking to folks in the community about the bond, I've had the question of, have we started to crosswalk or look for any overlaps with bond strategy and some of the projects we're interested in and the recommendations? I know the recommendations haven't even come to us yet, so that's kind of been my reaction, is like, we're waiting on the group to really get them ready to for us to consider, but I'm just curious if any of that staff conversation is starting, and if not, just starting to do that lens, because we're potentially putting $80 million into the community, and if there's overlap with the Parks and Rec master plan and the reparations recommendations, it just seems like a timely thing to start sooner than later.
That's a great question. And so what I can say is the technical assistance that I mentioned in my presentation, that's what they're helping us with. So part of that is the GEO bond, but it's also the disparity study, the cease the harm, and our equity action plan. So we're looking at that. And also the meeting that's taking place on the 23rd, which is with our CAPE team and Human Resources. They are working with that as well. There is a crosswalk that has been created, and so we're filling that in. And it's my understanding that we're also using AI to see where those overlaps are. So, yeah.
Lots of good work happening.
Say what a crosswalk is. It's not what we typically think of as a crosswalk.
I usually call it like a matrix or a spreadsheet, right? And so what it is looking at the different recommendations. So we already have an Excel spreadsheet that has all 107 recommendations from the Cease the Harm. And then what we're doing is we're taking from the CRC recommendations, from the disparity study, from the equity action plans, and we're looking to see where they overlap. So that we have 14 different plans within the city, and we're trying to make sure that we're not doing all this extra work, that we're working efficiently, right? And so we're looking where the overlap is, and then that work will be given out to the different department heads.
Appreciate it. I'll just follow up by saying, great presentation. I continue to just feel in awe of the task that y'all signed up for, the enormity of what it means, and if y'all need some more time, let's do some more time. I mean, if you're telling us that, and you're explaining it in a very understandable way, you know, I don't see a concern with that. I feel like y'all have done a lot of good work. You're doing a lot of good work. I can't imagine. So I guess it's getting late. My words are starting to fail me, but I'm in support of following your recommendation of it's taking more time.
I just wanted to follow up, it does still seem like it's more than time, because it takes staff support too. And hearing what we heard earlier tonight, if we are prepared to provide at least the level of support that we did for homeless services advisory boards like the COC to ensure success for the Accountability Council, do we have an identified gap in funding to make sure that we have success? Or is it just time?
It's not clear to me that the entity that will be the accountability body has been identified yet. We have, so I know there's been some discussion because we have existing committees that potentially could take on that work, as far as the city's piece of it.
It would be helpful to me to know when you say resources, what do you mean? What resources?
Well, usually there's a budget impact, and so it's like if we're gonna get a report done, or if we're gonna have facilitators, or we need legal support because Pisco Legal wasn't able to do it pro bono.
No, what I'm asking is, I'm not disagreeing. What I'm asking is, what is being presented to the houseless services that is not being presented here, so that we literally know what is lacking, so that we as a body may put forth a directive to ensure that they get what they need.
Okay, so some of the things that I saw is we had weekly meetings of the nominating committee that had federal staffing support, our staff support.
You're talking about for the COC?
Moving from the HIAC to the COC. The internal process for taking it from an inside group to an outside group.
It's a federally funded required program. Effort. I mean, so I think I just worry a little bit about pitting some, it's not like we're weighing one thing as more important than the other.
Except for if we're not, it surprises me that it's only time when there's going to be resources.
No, I mean, in listening to the discussion of the commission, this has many pieces to it. I mean, some of it is envisioned to be handled outside of a committee altogether, right? And some of it will be holding accountable the entities that need to carry forward the work. So if it's a city mandate or a county mandate or whatever, then you might have a body that has to say, okay, is this actually getting done? Are these recommendations actually being implemented?
However, when we look at the budget, which it took a long time to get the budget, to be honest, what I noticed is that folks were like, no, the reparations budget that's contributed to by the city and the county should go to address the 5 impact focus areas, not catering for the meetings. Am I missing something?
Oh, how does that tie into, maybe I'm misunderstanding what this is a conversation about.
I just imagine that we're gonna have a fiduciary responsibility to pull this off.
When you say this, what are you talking
The
about?
6-month extension.
I thought we are providing the same level of services. I'm sorry,
That's
that
unclear
needs
to
to
me.
be clarified.
Yeah,
Yes,
I guess I
think-
should have asked you instead of Kim.
Yeah, I that was my understanding, that it'll be the same level of services that the cities provide.
For the city, yes, it is, and you're correct. So, when we started the process, and so I was a contractor, but I've been here from the beginning, and Deborah or Rachel, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is, as we thought about the commission and them meeting, the things that came up were, we have people who are coming to a commission meeting at 6 o'clock to 8, so they need to be fed. Some of these are working individuals with children, so they need childcare. Again, we're asking for people who have been harmed to do this work, they need to be paid, right? And I'm not sure where it came into play, where that was coming out of the actual reparations budget, but that is how it's taking place, and maybe, Deborah, you can provide some context on that, because I'm not sure.
When we initially started this process, as well as creating the formation of the commission, we said, we don't have any other money than the money that has been allocated for this initiative. And so, yes, it is coming out of the 2,500,000.
It's about 2,000,008.
8 now.
From the city, and then,
Because
of
we are
course, the
still
county.
replenishing it.
Right,
As
and-
well as the county has their own budget as well.
And
This is an
there's a
aside.
request to change that, I'm sorry.
This is an aside, I was looking at the proposed funding for the hotel benefits table, and it has affordable housing and or reparations. Are we going 50-50 on that? If it's not specifically
Right, because they're
designated?
Can you clarify that question? I'm not sure if I
Well,
understand.
but the table, so if you look at the table, it lumps together reparations and affordable housing, but I thought in actuality, they pick. So
Yes,
that
that's
They can
table
also do
needs to be
both.
broken out, because it
We'll
doesn't
get that. I'm
show
glad
that.
you mentioned
We
that,
have that
because,
report. There's a
yes, they
follow-up.
are separate items.
Okay.
And there's a follow-up document disclosing which hotels have chosen and what funds, and which ones have remained unchosen.
Well, the dashboard has all
Yeah.
the information, but
So I
it
guess my
lumps
answer
that
is, if
category.
they're unchosen,
Do
is
we
it
split
50-50?
Oh, I think it gets assigned.
It doesn't.
This was one of
They
the questions
choose
when we set it
whatever
up, though, that we wouldn't choose,
they
the
want to
staff wouldn't
support.
choose. Yeah.
Okay.
So they can choose affordable housing, they can choose reparations, they can choose green, they can do a number of things, or combination, yes.
I understand that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, in that subset, if they do not choose, they'll say, we'll do either or. Up to y'all. How is that chosen?
Is that happening?
Has that come to us? I
I don't
thought we were
know.
making them choose.
That's their decision.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I think, Anton, are you saying, it's your understanding that in some cases people don't designate? I think Deborah's saying, no, it's always designated.
Okay, just because I've heard some people say, I'm just gonna throw in there, I don't care what y'all do. And maybe they weren't
Right,
telling
I've-
me the truth.
I've heard that
Yeah.
anecdotally as well, which would
Yeah.
you rather have? And that's why in the
Yeah.
beginning, when we talked about it, I said, I don't think it should be up to us or staff.
Okay, sorry, derail.
But I think you're right, though,
You're
it does
good.
come up.
And I will add to what your statement is that I believe we just got 230 or 250,000 towards reparations back in June,
Okay,
right, which has been added to the budget as well.
okay.
That is outside, and I shared that in our meeting, one of our meetings in June.
So are we okay, just to clarify where we're at right now, are we okay with the funds continuing to come from the fund, or did I hear a request that it become from a different budget line?
Deb was the one that.
Okay.
There is no different budget. line
Right,
as
and I guess,
part
Kim,
of
that's
our
what you were bringing
approval.
up, that maybe that you were expecting a different financial component?
I think the community would expect a different fund. But it would help to know what the budgetary impact is of this, because it will be coming from the reparations fund.
So we can definitely work on that, and I think what we need to be clear on as staff is, are we going to continue to pay stipends for the work that they're doing outside? So the work that they're doing for the formation of the 501c3, will we be funding that work? I think that's what we need to know. Currently, we are paying stipends for those individuals who are on the report writing and when we hold special help meetings. We left it at the $150 maximum per month, which is $75 per meeting for 2 meetings or more. So that's where it's at. The max is $150 per month for 2 meetings or more per month. And so I think we just need to be clear on will we continue to pay for this additional work.
So can I ask, just in terms of process, I know when the commission decided they wanted to do additional community outreach, there were funds provided to folks who did that work, who were on the commission, and that proposal did not come to us for a vote. That was a decision. So I worry a little bit about dropping something on us to vote on right now outside of that process.
I'm sorry. Ma'am.
You go ahead. Yes, please.
Very impolite of me. I apologize. Because I want to rein in our conversation. This is about an extension. Staff supports the extension. I hope that we can work through from a compensation perspective for the work. We will work through that with the commission at an administrative level, if you all would give us that opportunity to do that. Okay. So extension, staff support you, and we'll work through with officers and the whole commission if need be about the additional stipends. Okay, thank you. Appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Oh, and we are going to take some public comment. We have a few people signed up for public comment on this item, so we'll listen to that unless you have something.
You can sit, yeah.
When it comes to the continuum of care and why we are asking for that level of support, that is not just for the 6 months. That's for when we branch off into a 501c3 that is able to support at a different level, that gives us a different level of legality to sit at this table and continue this conversation around reparations and the implementations of the recommendations that we worked hard to craft, that y'all are going to be vetting and implementing, having that initial support as we get this entity off the ground. And so that's where the conversation around the support of the continuum, because that's a body that was under the city and county in partnership with TDA, however you want to look at it, but it was separated. I don't understand the dynamics of how it was separated. I heard the mayor say it was federal mandate, whichever way. What can we do to, what kind of conversation can we start to have, and is there a vet process to start looking at what this support will look like after the 6 months? I just take credence to the history of harm and the history of lack of accountability in reference to Black people that I do not want to fade away because we're having this conversation around the timeline and reparations. That's the whole point in the commission wanting the accountability council and it to be separate from the city and county, so that we had that leverage to be able to have those conversations in a real intentional way when it comes to the implementation of these recommendations and the voting and approval of that. So just as a thought, because I have proposed it to staff, they have proposed it to council, to y'all's legal counsel. So I do want to continue that conversation at some point with the council as we continue to vet out what that could look like.
Understood, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't actually have to vote on anything tonight because the staff is in line with the commission in terms of the extension request, so that is going to happen. But there are a few people who would like to speak tonight, so we'll work through those. Again, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Watch the lights on the lectern. Green means go, orange you're almost getting close to stop, and red and the buzzer means stop. So the first person signed up to speak under this item is Nina Tobish. Can you see it?
Thank you, council and staff. When this body and the county commission empowered the Community Reparations Commission, y'all did something historically important and way overdue for our community. You empowered a group of people who had been harmed literally for centuries to address the harm done, to identify it, and to recommend reparative actions. I didn't realize this was not coming to a vote. That's great. If you're all moving forward with this, I think that's wonderful. I just wanted to strongly urge this body to do everything possible to continue to support the extremely challenging, complex, and historic work that the Community Reparations Commission is doing, and to give its full support and attention to recommendations and to the ongoing life of the practice of repairing harm and ceasing to do additional harm. So I'm thrilled to hear that with staff recommendation, this body is prepared to move forward and continue to support the CRC as long as it needs to get through this first important landmark in its work. And I hope that this body will continue to support all of the developments that come out of the recommendations and the entities that carry this work forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, David Grinson.
Greetings, Council. Really appreciate the conversation and the energy with which y'all have received this request, and excited that it's moving forward. And I don't think what I'm saying probably needs to be said to y'all, but just in the interests of posterity, I want to say, and I certainly, to be clear, I can't speak for all the white people. I've talked to many of them, but I can't be the full representation, but I only speak for myself. But I think I agree with Ms. Bobette about the marker. I think there needs to be a movie, too. I don't think it should come out of the reparations funding, but I just think these folks have done such tremendous heroic work. And the story needs to be told, because it's just been an amazing thing to behold. And the chair and vice chair, and Dr. Mullen, the previous chair, I want to give a special shout out to Salah Merritt, Salah, just incredible work supporting the commission. So I'm very excited to see where this goes from here, and thank you all.
Thank you, David. Next speaker would be Jonathan Wainscott.
Hey, my name is Jonathan Wainscott, and I also favor the extension and the full support of the reparations process. And I was also struck by Ms. May's request for a marker. I think that's definitely a great way to recognize all the hard work that they've done. And I just hope that the marker that they get, should they get one, is better than the Newton Shepherd marker that is down in the corner and still hasn't been corrected, because it says that Newton Shepherd, our first elected alderman, was elected in 1892 and 1893, and that's not true. He was elected in 1881, 1882, and 1883. But the thing is, this isn't just a typo that I'm talking about. This is an omission of his life's work. And I was really excited to learn about Newton Shepherd when it was first reported a few years ago by Joel Burgess, right? I was sitting right here, man, you turned me on to Newton Shepherd. It changed my life. And because that revealed to us that once upon a time we had voting districts here. I won't go all into that. Okay, so I got so excited to find out more about Newton Shepherd. I went down to the archives and looked, and it turns out that Joel was wrong in his reporting. It wasn't that Newton Shepherd was just elected one time in 1882. Like I said, it was 1881 1883. I've made a bunch of presentations about him here. Now, I'm not just correcting the sign, and I'm not just correcting Joel Burgess on this. The information that I have corrected, I am correcting the information in the doctoral dissertation of the Deputy Secretary of Archives and History, Dr. Darren Waters. And I brought these corrections to Joel Burgess and Dr. Darren Waters when I found them. So history continues to be obfuscated. People who know, the professionals, the people at the top, know this history and aren't reporting on it. If those people don't care about history, why should anybody else? 1883, Newton Shepherd was a founding member of the commission when the city of Asheville began. And nobody knows that. So yeah, I'd like to make a movie and a better dig of history. You know, because if the professionals are failing, I mean, how much can we expect from the common people who don't do this type of work? So I'm all for more quantity in the reparations process. I'm definitely interested in more quality, and for however long the reparations process goes, maybe it ends. I know that what I do, I'm going to keep doing that, regardless as to any kind of timelines. So thanks for all the support. Thanks for all the work that you do. I hope that it is fully recognized and never forgotten.
Our next speaker would be Merrimon Bass.
I'm vertically challenged. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, good to see you all again. Interesting that we talk about history. I've said it before, and this pertains to a life's work. We need to put the history of the Minority Business Program, the adoption of that plan. We need to put the history back with the city. We need to put the history of the Office of Minority Affairs, intergovernmental, city and county, the first, before anyone was talking about DEI. And as a person who was a pro bono consultant creating these initiatives, we need to stop erasing our history. We're doing harm to the Black people of Asheville and the other groups that these initiatives cover. Had it not been for Dr. Carter imploring me, I followed everything that happened from the beginning of this process to currently. But he said, you've got to come in person and stop streaming. But people ask me for things, I give it to them, suggestions, whatever. But let me say, what struck me was, nowhere in the application for the Community Reparations Commission was there a question, do you have a background in reparations? Do you have experience in reparations? Have you done reparations work? Let me say, as someone connected with an entity that celebrated in September of last year its 36th anniversary in Cobra, and whose son is connected to another national entity in reparations, why would one have a commission when folk have to go through crash courses, including staff, including consultants? That is what took up an inordinate amount of time, and people are still asking, what is a legacy neighborhood? Who sit on the commission? What is reparations? Let me say, so many people were upset with me, and I'm talking about across the country because I work on a national level. I didn't apply. No. Because I foresaw what was going to happen. And let me say, it sounds more like a task force. If you give it a finite amount of time and say, do this, that's a task force. That's not a commission. They shouldn't have to come and ask for additional time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last speaker signed up to speak under public comment under this item. And again, we don't have an item to vote on under this item because the work of the commission will continue and staff will support that continued work as well as this council. So thank you all for coming out tonight on this item. We appreciate it. Oh.
Did you say killer headache? Killer headache?
She has a headache. Okay, we're up to our new business item, and that is a resolution to adopt Recreate Asheville, Shaping Our City Parks, Asheville Parks and Recreation 10-year plan, and D. Tyrell McGirt, our esteemed Parks and Rec Director, is here to present this item to us, and probably why you have the pickleball community at your back.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, I do want to say that I had to do a double take when I saw Councilwoman Mosley wearing similar colors to what I see the folk in the back wearing, pickleball supporters. So she may be in line with what we're proposing here. D. Tyrell McGirt, Parks and Recreation Director. I want to recognize that all Parks and Recreation team members had an opportunity to get involved and participate in this planning process over the last year that's being led by Pete Wall, Parks and Recreation Assistant Director, and Al Cobb, landscape architect and project manager with this plan. I want to acknowledge that both Pete and Al have guided this process and worked with the constituents to bring us to this point. Brenna Laffey here, landscape architect and project manager with the consulting group that we have been working with the last few months on this project. Design workshop will be tag teaming this presentation with me this evening. Some key takeaways, there are three major ones. First, this plan outlines 5 key focus areas for strategic investment to achieve the goals outlined in the 10-year vision. Next, investment zones are identified based on geographic areas most in need, based on several different factors. Those factors include equity, current conditions of parks, size of parks and facilities, people served in those spaces, and the types of experiences people have in those park spaces and facilities. And this plan includes short, mid, and long-term goals encompassing various programs and projects, and those programs and projects are outlined here. The Environment and Safety Committee approved the plan in July, their July 23 meeting, 23rd. And we're standing before you today asking that the council adopt the plan so that we can move forward. So what are we doing? Asheville is updating its comprehensive parks and recreation plan that we have called Recreate Asheville, Shaping Our City Parks. Recreate Asheville will serve as a roadmap for the next 10 plus years to connect, fix, build, and preserve recreation programs and parklands throughout the city. Now, I want to emphasize that we will continue to work on expanding park connectivity and add new recreation facilities, but the focus of this plan is on fixing and maintaining our existing infrastructure and programs that make the most sense for our operation. What we heard, is important to point out that this is a community-led plan, and then part of this plan included a statistically valid survey, and that survey is important because Recreate Asheville, because it's a community-led plan, it's important that the people that we heard from is actually reflective of the Asheville community. And I think the survey results indicate that. Like to highlight, if you look at the graph here, the Black or African American population in Asheville per US Census data is 10.4%. Based on the people who completed the statistically valid survey, 10.6% identifies Black or African American. When you look at Hispanic origin per census data, 6.2% of Asheville's population identifies as Hispanic. Based on those who completed the survey, 7% identifies Hispanic. And out at the bottom, Asheville's population of those who have someone in their household that has a disability, 12.7%. Of those who completed this survey, 14% identified as having someone in their household. So the survey, we're proud to say, reflects the actual demographic and makeup of the city of Asheville. Needs assessment. Again, this is a community-led project. I just spoke about the statistically valid survey. Other components that were included, a part of this process included a public open survey. This gave every citizen in Asheville an opportunity to jump online, complete the survey, answer questions, and provide additional feedback on what they'd like to see in their recreation amenities. Underserved community needs was analyzed, meaning high needs of importance based on those who identify as BIPOC individuals is weighted when we are prioritizing facility and programming investments. There were a number of public events, workshops, focus groups, pop-up events held throughout the city as a part of this process to give us an opportunity to hear from different user groups, vested interests, to get their feedback on how they like to recreate. And then it was also important that we benchmark ourselves against peer municipalities, those who are already doing some good work in the parks and recreation world, to make sure that we're keeping up with trends and understanding the future growth potential for Asheville and what our recreation needs will look like when we look at those other measures. All of those needs across our system are vast. We know that it's important to take a look at how we take all of this information and help us prioritize how we get things done when we're meeting the needs. So the needs assessment input gives us priority projects ranked in high, medium, and low priority based on the interest groups or the community groups that we heard back from. The vision is here. I won't read this verbatim, but simply put, our vision is that everyone in Asheville have equal access to great parks and centers that help our community thrive. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Brenda to take us through the next few slides, and then I'll come back and finish it up.
Thank you all. So the plan document, Recreate Asheville, includes 5 key areas that Dee mentioned. We call these planning themes. And these themes kind of encompass all of the key goals and organize the action items that are recommended by the plan. So that includes steward and maintain parks for all. That's really focusing on the quality of the parks and programming and ensuring that for future generations. Access and connectivity, which is really focusing on safe access to parks and removing barriers to both parks and recreation. Community health and wellness focuses on elevating your park system and recreation centers' value as really essential infrastructure for public health. Gathering and placemaking, these key goals and action items are focusing on ensuring that your parks and facilities are designed to be places to gather and celebrate unique cultures of the community. And then resilient natural environment is really focusing on improving and thinking about your park system as a nature-based recreation system for the community. So as mentioned, each of these themes have a number of key goals underneath them. I won't read through all of them today, but they are highlighted here. And then each of these key goals then have specific action items. And each action item is assigned a responsible entity, potential partners, as well as a recommended timeline. So is this a recommendation in the short term, midterm, long term, or is it ongoing for staff? The recommendations in the plan also include physical projects. So those previous themes are not just physical projects, but also relate to policies, recommendations in terms of staffing. But there are a number of physical projects in the project or in the plan, and these one major component is the equity and investment zones. So these zones are established through a variety of criteria. These criteria are those that we worked through with staff to update and really reflect social determinants of health categories. So through mapping at the census block data level, we're able to identify some areas of high priority investment, medium, high, medium, low, and low priority, just based on this one set of collective criteria. This really focuses on identifying projects in parts of the city with a history of underinvestment and a greater need for the benefits of public parks. So then those projects are also filtered through a list of other prioritization criteria that Dee alluded to earlier. So in addition to equity zones, which are weighted the highest in this criterion, we also linked this up with the climate justice goals for the climate justice index that the city of Asheville has. So that was given a score for each project. Is this a project that is within a high priority zone for climate justice index? What is its current condition? So giving a higher priority to those parks and facilities that are in most need of repair. What size is it? So there's some preference or higher weight given to facilities that have and parks that are larger and can support a more diverse set of amenities and experiences. A range of amenity types. So if there is an opportunity to expand experiences, that was given some weight. How many residents does it serve? So we looked at population density in terms of the ability for a park or facility to serve more people. What type of facility or park? So this takes a look at the types of facilities. So for example, a community scale park or neighborhood park might be given a little bit more priority to a very small pocket park. And then does it have support? So we heard from public input. There's also other community priorities and funding sources. And so this played into that as well. The overall vision plan really looks out beyond 10 years. And so wanted to capture that we try to capture all of the needs of the system. And Dee will walk through a little bit more in terms of the phasing. But after filtering it through these projects, there are 36 major existing park upgrades or redevelopment projects across the system. There are 8 major centered redevelopment projects, which is almost all of the community centers or recreation centers in the system. Identified 8 new neighborhood park park projects in parkland search zones. And then new major or special use facilities, there are 9 that are recommended in this process, as well as deferred maintenance across the system.
Thanks, Brenna. So phase 1, this gets to the action. This is how we look to implement this process and how we get projects done. Deferred maintenance across the system is a priority, as identified, that Brenna just mentioned. In addition to deferred maintenance routinely happening, 6 park upgrades, Burton Street, Murray Hill, Walton Street, Recreation, Malvern Hills, and Roger Farmer Parks are identified as a part of the 6 initial parts to get investments. 2 community center redevelopment projects, Linwood Crump Shallow and Tempe Avery Montford are the centers that have been identified initially. 1 new park project development, Sweeting Creek Park. This is the park that piece of property that we purchased with the last set of bonds down in South Asheville. 10 acres that the plan is recommending that we move forward with some type of design and plans for how we plan out the entire use of the park. And then 2 special use facilities. And the plan calls out pickleball complex, specifically dedicated pickleball courts, and a new aquatic facility. This slide just kind of demonstrates how we're already utilizing information that we receive from the plan to help inform decisions that we're making moving forward. General obligation bonds, the data that we receive from Recreate Asheville plan has helped us prioritize projects for this bond. You would notice that all the projects that have been identified and shared with you before are all projects that are included in phase 1 of the Recreate Asheville plan. I won't go through these in depth, but phase 2 and phase 3 in our long-term plan kind of follows the same format. We look at doing these big plans over a 4-year period of time. Phase 2 just identifies 5 additional new park project investments, 2 additional community centers, deferred maintenance, continuing to make sure we're paying attention to existing structures, and 1 new major special use facility. The map just identifies those facilities and parks that are identified for upgrades and redevelopment in phase 2. And again, same process for phase 3 and long-term moving forward. We talked a lot about projects. The plan also deals with programming side of it, and I just highlight some of the programs that are being recommended that we expand providing those services to community members. The types of programs, adult and active adult programs, therapeutic programs, therapeutic recreation. This is programming for our special needs population. More aquatic programs, more youth camps, more outdoor environmental and nature camps are being recommended. Cultural enrichment programs, special events. And the plan also calls for us to look at partnerships. How can we partner with other organizations that already exist in Asheville that are doing some of this work in programming, providing these programming services already. So this is it. This is the timeline. We're at the end of this long process, and we're before you all today again, suggesting and making recommendations that you all adopt the Recreate Asheville plan. The big takeaways from the plan are: 1, the plan divides up into 5 key categories that kind of map out our strategic action plan over the next 10 years. Investment zones are identified in the plan based on several different factors, including equity. The plan includes short, mid, and long-term goals encompassing various programs and projects. And again, the Environment and Safety Committee approved the plan at their July 23rd meeting. Happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Well, I want to say that my favorite new Parks and Rec programming is Skate Night at Carrier Park. People of all ages and skill levels are sharing time, laughter, music, and hopefully not too many skint knees. I'm going really slow. But I just wanted to say that we're really lucky to have you here as our Parks and Rec Director with your team and leading us not just through this process, but preparing us for the Parks and Rec bond that voters will be able to consider in November. We know that public third spaces like public parks and public pools, community centers, and gardens are where we build community and we connect with each other and nature. So I'm ready to enthusiastically support this. I imagine some other folks want to say something, but I can make a motion when you're ready.
I just want to know if that's how come the desire for a skate park is higher than a splash pad.
It's packed.
I mean, yeah, I know. You guys are doing a great job. And it's really fun to see all the events you do, and you do a great job of posting them on social media, and everyone can be invited and see who's participating, and just looks like a lot of fun, and people are really enjoying themselves. And I love the new playground redo in Carrier Park, just opened. Already hearing from folks how excited their kids are about that. So it really is a wonderful thing for us because we're about to go out there with bonds again, and to be able to say, look at all the things we got done with the last bond, and let us keep going with that. So that's terrific. And I just love to see all the things on this list. I'm looking at all the things people got to vote on and what they picked and what they didn't pick. So I'm a little wondering about the skateboarding. I mean, come on, it seems like it's heavily used. But anyone else have any comments before we do have a couple people signed up to speak on this one, so
Just echoing the appreciations and congratulations. And across the whole department, like this was on our dais today, and it's another beautiful guide and full of amazing things. Just a big congratulations. I know you've only been with the city a few years. This is a big accomplishment, and I appreciate your leadership and expertise in the area.
Thank you.
I'll just add, don't let the tone of us at 9:10 p.m. Betray the excitement.
If this were 2 o'clock, we'd be jumping out.
Yeah, we've gotten to see this at the Environment and Safety Committee and just really go in depth, and I'm just thankful and grateful and proud of the work. And I mean, this is the type of stuff that builds community. I mean, this is the type of stuff that, like, you remember those places that you had that moment with your family, or like, you know, we had my kid's birthday party at the Carrier Park Playground. Like, that's what we're building, and that's like not something that you should monetize. That should be a public service, and it's so important and so special. And we have amazing parks to start with. A lot of places don't have as many assets as we do, and so I think that this is a really like financially responsible plan that says, here's our vision, here's our programming, and here's a really clear plan to keep us moving forward, as well as expanding with the time. So big heart, big heart.
So how many employees do you have in your department now?
We have 102 full-time employees, and during the major season, which is summer for us, we go from 60 to 100 part-time employees.
Yeah. I mean, you know, one of the other important functions of a Parks and Rec department to me that people don't think a lot about is it's an entry to working for the city. And so many people will, I mean, I was amazed one year we had a council retreat, how many people stood up and said, my first job was in Parks and Rec, and now I'm an adult and I have this job. I know for me, one of my first jobs was to work at Rec Park Pool when it was still run by the county. So I think that's just an interesting role that Parks and Rec departments offer, that opportunity, especially young people, to do the seasonal work, come in and work the after-school program or the camps and things like that. So it's a terrific part of our community that people don't think a lot about.
Well, I know you get tired of me praising you. I've been praising you from day one. But anyway, I just sort of echo everything everybody says. But like I said, that's one thing when I got back home that I felt that was missing here. And you've been able to change that within a couple of years, and that is amazing. So I'm grateful to you and your staff for the great job you've done.
Deborah gets the kudos for hiring you, though.
Okay. Okay. You're welcome, Meg. Kim?
Oh, sure. I move to adopt the I thought we were going to do public comment first, but.
No, this one we need a motion, and then we'll do public comment.
I move to adopt the Recreate Asheville Shaping Our City's Parks Plan, a system-wide 10-year plan for Asheville.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We have a couple people signed up to speak under this item. The first is David Nutter. Is he here? No. All right. It is almost 9:15. Okay. How about Susan Dixon? There you are.
I was actually the first person to speak to you a couple years ago about pickleball.
Pull that microphone over there. You go.
I threw sage.
Pickleball, I was gonna say,
I threw you a pickleball. Yeah, I was happy and hopeful. 2 years later, we got nothing. Oh, we got some line cords that we have to fight with tennis people over, but thank you all so much. Yeah, please adopt that plan. Please give them the money they need. The budget that they have to work with is pathetic. It's shameful. I'm the cranky one tonight, because after 2 years, I'm tired. And there are people here who have been, and people in the community who have been asking you for years. We're not funny. We're not like an annoying little side attraction for you. We are asking for something realistic. 13.9 million visitors last year. What do we offer? We got Biltmore, we got beer, we got food, we got beer, we've got proximity to the parkway, we got beer, and we've got a nice park system that could be so much better. Leaving the pickleball court earlier in the week, 2 young people were working and doing maintenance work, told me that they are all that there is. They do the maintenance for all of the parks. Is that realistic? Why is the Parks and Rec budget the redheaded stepchild of the city budget? Nearby Greenville, 7 million visitors last year. Oh, and we have 0 dedicated pickleball courts. Greenville has 7 million visitors. They've got the Swamp Rabbit Trailway system, which is the fountainhead of their park system. We should have a park system that is known throughout the region that people want to come here to participate in. What have we got? We've got, let me tell you, they've done great work, but we got a lot of work to do. We need a much appreciated and praised park system to earn these $13.9 million tourists every year. Greenville, they got Swamp Rabbit Trail. They've got 64 dedicated pickleball courts with more on the way. I wish I had 10 cents for every time I've been on the pickleball court in the last 4 years that I've lived here, and people from out of town come and say, where are the pickleball courts? Where are the pickleball courts? You're looking at them, we have to share them. It's a complicated system, blah, 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 blah. If I had 10 cents for every one of those people I have responded to, I could have invested at Bitcoin and been set for life. Yeah, I'm cranky, I'm sorry. There is room, generous space for lawn bowling at Carrier Park, and we can't get some lousy concrete, a little chain link, and some nets, right? It has been strongly suggested that we just drive to Weaverville or Fletcher and play on those courts that those cities have provided. Well, I don't pay taxes in those cities. I pay taxes here,
Thank you.
I vote here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe next time a different spokesperson would be good. But that was an advertisement for the bonds, I think, that we just heard, so very helpful. We have a motion and a second. We don't have anyone else signed up to speak under this item. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you very much. We are now going to turn to the Planning and Zoning Commission Council. We just need to determine who to interview for the Planning and Zoning Commission. So just to frame this discussion, we have we have three openings. 2 of the openings, the folks are not wishing to be reappointed. One of them actually resigned 4 months ago. So of the 3 spots, there's 1 person asking to be reappointed. So one question I would have for you, and that's Jeffrey Barton, the current temporary chair. One question I would have for you is, if just be thinking about this, do you want to interview someone asking to be reappointed since they've been interviewed before? And then in addition to that, I was trying to spitball how many people we should interview and kind of just landed around 5. And so one suggestion for how to do this is everyone just say 3 people you want to interview, and we'll see who and let's see how it shakes out, but hopefully there's 5 that get the most votes to be interviewed, and if it's really spread out, we can then discuss whether we want to interview more. We just picked that. Maggie and I were kind of brainstorming based on how many people we've interviewed in the past.
Did boards and commission make any suggestions? I had 7 on my list.
So we decided to have us all do
Yeah,
it.
this is the boards and commissions suggestion.
And we're trying to stick to 5. I had 7.
Well,
so
you want to interview 7 people, and it may be that 5 of those 7 people get selected through this process.
Okay.
When I said 6, Maggie almost fell over, but so I thought.
So are we assuming, okay, if we decided to go with Jeffrey, he would not be one of the 5 interviews?
Well, we can either decide to reappoint him tonight, or we could not reappoint him tonight, but not make him go through the interview.
I'm happy to make a motion to reappoint him.
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if you have a motion, we could knock that out then. Antoinette made a motion.
To renominate Jeffrey Barton.
Or
Reappoint.
to reappoint Jeffrey Barton. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, well, that narrows down the choices. So now we have 2 vacancies.
And 4 interviews.
5.
And, well, we can still say
7?
at 5 if you want to. 7 seems a little, like, can you not knock that down a little bit?
We got 3.
Here, I'll give you an example. I'm gonna start. I would like to interview Jane and you did get Maggie's email today. We have a few people that don't
Yes.
live in the city. Okay. Jane Margaret Bell, Jamaica Shante Johnson and Robert A. Mays.
Okay.
So Maggie's over there tallying, so do
I would like to interview Jamaica Shante Johnson, David Moritz, and Micah Rogers. Is that one that we took off? Is that one?
No, they were in.
Micah
No,
Rogers.
I think he's still on
Okay.
there, yep.
I would like to interview Jamaica Shante Johnson, Anna Shavinsky from the Community Land Trust, and Jane Margaret Bell.
I had Jamaica
Do I have to
Johnson.
do 4? Oh.
No, 3 is good. Let's see what we get here.
I had Jamaica Johnson. I had Jane Margaret. I also had Andrew Fletcher, Beth Silverman.
Hold on, are you,
That's your only 3.
I can only do 3. I thought we
okay,
said
if
5.
you want to go last and see,
Yeah.
why don't you go
Okay.
last and see who gets it? Don't
Okay.
count hers yet.
I'm
Cross those out.
confused. It's late.
She said Jane, Margaret Bell,
And Shanika.
and Jamaica,
Yeah.
if I'm saying that name right, Shante Johnson. So don't count those yet. So you just listen.
Okay.
Will you ladies, are you ready?
I don't know if it popped through that Joseph Chesler has not only an environmental lens, but also serves on our Multimodal Transportation Commission. That's why I'm elevating him, Jamaica Shante Johnson, and Anna Shavinsky.
The first one, I couldn't quite hear you.
We
Kim.
need Andrew Fletcher on there as a renter, but
You said Andrew.
I think at this point, understanding this council, Jamaica Shante Johnson, Anna Shavinsky, and Joseph Chesler.
Okay, I got you. Did you get those 3? Okay. And Maggie?
Okay. I also had Beth Silverman. Oops, I just updated something wrong. Jane Margaret Bell, and Jamaica.
So
Given that we have a unanimous of 1, do we have room for another person? And in that case, I would add to Sage's motion for Andrew Fletcher.
So I've
Hold
got
on,
to
hold
choose
on.
3.
Sage hasn't voted on hers yet, so are you gonna give us your 3 and see where we're at?
You guys make it so hard, just 3, okay.
Everyone else?
I know, everybody else did. There were so many good candidates, I'll say that.
Yeah, we had a
And there were
lot.
so many good female
Yeah, we did,
candidates.
yeah.
I mean, way to go.
Big application.
I really liked the ULI, Beth Silverman.
Beth
Silverman. I really think that Jane Margaret with stormwater experience is probably pretty critical.
Jane Margaret Bell, you're to say it really clearly for Maggie,
Okay,
please.
that was Jane Margaret Bell. And I think I want, Jamaica was on my list. I'm going to say Andrew Fletcher so he gets in the mix, but I understand, I will be thrilled if Jamaica is also selected.
Then in that case, I'll remove.
Did you get that?
Andrew
She's
Fletcher.
not, Jamaica is not one of her choices.
Andrew Fletcher.
is.
But I want to just vocally support Jamaica as well.
I
So
understand.
I'll
Good.
remove Joseph Chesler and replace with Andrew Fletcher.
Okay, so what did you come up with there, Maggie? Let's let her
Jamaica
add these
Shante
up.
Johnson, Anna Shavinsky, and Andrew Fletcher.
Jane
That's
Margaret
5.
Bell has 4. Jamaica Shante Johnson has 5. Those are very clear, and those would be our 2 appointments.
No, we're not, we're
Interviews.
choosing who to interview.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, those would be, that's right.
And then who
Interviews.
else do you have?
And then Andrew Fletcher would be the 3rd.
The
Really?
numbers I was counting is
No,
that
and
people
Ann-
that got multiple.
And Anna.
And Anna, these are interviews and we said 5.
Okay, we said, hold on, Maggie.
I did the counting.
It should
Yes,
be
thank you.
Jane.
So
Maggie,
what I
ready to go.
tallied is
Jamaica,
so the
Beth,
top
and
5
Andrew.
that we all tallied, that all had more than 2, Beth Silverman, Jane Margaret Bell, Andrew Fletcher, Jamaica Johnson, and Anna.
Exactly, perfect.
I did Anna.
There were 2.
There were 2
You
Annas.
did Anna.
Yeah. Sorry, we did
And she was
switch
on
it
my
around
5
you
list.
several
That's a
times.
good 5. That
Okay,
covered everybody.
good, we're satisfied. Do you-
Okay, so
do
we
you-
have Bell, Fletcher, Johnson, Silverman, and Anna.
We're not- We'll learn how to say her last name.
Were these all? No, not all.
What a good
crew.
And these will be September 10, but I don't know the time yet.
Okay.
Probably be posted
3.
3,
Virtual or in
3:30.
person?
No, in person
Yeah.
here.
Good.
Okay, got it.
And we'll let Jeffrey know that he was reappointed.
Yeah. We'll need-
So we're interviewing 5 for 2 seats.
Okay, we did it. That's all we had to do on that one.
Is that what you guys want to do, 5
That-
for 2 seats?
Yep. Yeah, yeah. Are you trying to talk us out of it now?
Yeah.
No, okay, just. I thought that was pretty good. Okay. Okay, we're gonna move on to general public comment. We've got two groups that want to have 10 minutes and then two other individuals that have 3 minutes. So starting with a 3 minute person, Stephanie Phillips.
Good evening. Thank you for your service to the community. I'd like to thank the Public Works Department. The West End has never looked better. And thank you for the increased security. Please consider celebrating International World Peace this year from Friday, September 20th to the end of October. During this time, your participation and leadership are welcome to invite the world to join together to break the world record for the most recreation and sporting events combined worldwide. Send your tally to the Federal Department of Health and Human Services in Maryland. During this time, encourage world leaders to cease all war and begin returning the prisoners of war, beginning with military, intelligence community, and journalists. Each community should think nationwide and international regarding relocation housing space. Renovate vacant buildings. Contact Commission on Aging groups, the retired senior volunteer programs, and you will find many retired civil servants, law enforcement, fire department, EMS, healthcare, and teachers willing to live amongst relocating people in these types of facilities. Transitioning detainees will not be easy, and an opportunity for the world to work together cooperatively rather than competitively would be much appreciated. A more comprehensive presentation will be available to be announced online from government officials. They will be contacting you. Thank you for your consideration. You know, the Biltmore Castle, the Greenbrier, Versailles, the Disney Corporation, real estate agents, travel agents, you all are the specialists in helping people find places to temporarily reside and to live. More information will be forthcoming. Thank you for your consideration. And this is really important. Last January, I went to a meeting like yours, and it was a joint effort of the commissioners, county, and the city council, beginning in the new year, to work together to solve the problems for the entire community. And I took 1 minute and 15 seconds of my 3 minutes, and all I said was, thank you all so much for your efforts. You have such enormous challenges, seemingly impossible to solve. And you know, in a results-oriented world, your efforts should be appreciated and applauded. And I started applauding. Please join me in applauding our local city council. Not one person out of 40 joined me.
Thank you very much.
I was a little disturbed. They were
Thank
all
you.
there asking for money, and
Thank
their budgeting and their programs. That was quite healing for me.
Thank you very
for your
much.
service
Thank
to the
you.
community.
We appreciate it.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Joshua Thompson.
Try to keep this short and quick. All right, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but this has been a really weird summer in Asheville. As someone who works 2 jobs downtown, has lived in the area my entire life, I've noticed some particular patterns that have been kind of distressing, and I'm just kind of trying to speak as an observer on those effects. Like, number one, like the management and distribution of resources has been kind of counterproductive towards like a lot of long-term survivability for legacy establishments in Nashville. Things like trying to get approval to fix old buildings. There's a lot of hoops you got to jump through. disproportionate cost of living for the people that actually work in Asheville. Things that have been plaguing this community for years and years and years. They're just not going away this year. It's been particularly evident. Secondly, we really don't have the resources, especially on the front lines, like on the ground level, to deal with the ever-increasing homeless population. Like, it is a mental health and public health crisis, and we don't have the resources we need to be able to address it on the day-to-day standing. We just don't have it. It's driving away tourism, and it's making it dangerous to actually operate business late at night. All of us in the service industry have had multiple interactions that have been dangerous, and we don't have any resources to really call on. Finally, the timing of a lot of construction projects have been very detrimental to the ability to do business downtown. Especially the far end of Patton Avenue has been closed almost every night this whole summer long. And I've heard a lot of you actually talking about it in the previous discussions, and I'm really glad that it's on your agenda, because it's really killed us as far as business, especially some of the bars down there. We rely on that foot traffic and people being able to access our place in order to do business, especially in the summer months when, as a tourism-based economy, we have to have those summer dollars in order to survive. So I'm just bringing this as an observation from the front line, so to speak. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. What's your business?
Multiple. I work at an escape room at a bar.
Thank you.
Thank you. John Paul Thomas, and there are 3 people ceding their time to Mr. Thomas: Robert Campbell, just raise your hand, and Monica Buckley, and David Moritz. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to hear from John Paul Thomas.
If I may introduce John Paul Thomas. He's a refugee from Syria. He's lived in Asheville for 8 years. 20 years ago, he was a member of what we would call ISIS and changed his ways.
Okay, you're totally throwing us off our game here, because we let one person speak for 10 minutes on behalf of a group.
I just want to make sure because of his English.
So Maggie's just asking me when to start the timer.
No, I thought you ceded your time.
I did, but just because of his English is not a first language, I just wanted to make sure I introduced him, if that's okay with you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is John Paul Thomas from Syria. I'm Turkish background, but I am here today. I'm so glad in the United States. I'm honored. I'm living under this flag and under the power of our Constitution of United States. Many years ago, if we go back many years ago, 24 years ago, I was ex-Muslim Salafi. Salafi, that means now new name, they're calling ISIS. Against, I am teacher of Quran, explain the people about Quran. Right now, too, we explain the Quran to Islamic people, how much Hamas, Islamic terrorist organization, how they're against Jewish people in the United States, in Europe, everywhere. 2000, I got saved in name Jesus Christ, 2003. Before 2003, we made plane, go to Iraq, first began the war to American-Iraq war against, I was go to Iraq, kill myself, make explosion against the soldier of American soldier. But at that time, Jesus, he showed me, he said to me, he said, I need you be alive, don't go. Protect me, he saved my life. I got saved 2003, then I'm speaking the truth. I was supporting Hamas 100%, Khalid Mash'al, إسماعيل حنية وشيخ ياسين that was in the role chair. You know, we know how they lies people, how they killed his son, his children, then make propaganda against Israel. But now, I'm so glad I meet our brothers here. I heard about how they got attacked in the library here, West Asheville. But today I'm so glad I meet them here in the United States. What's the purpose of Islam here in the United States? I am as Islamic background. What we was, if I now, this example, absolutely, if I am Muslim here, I do for this guy, this people, Jewish people, same he did right now here. Because our Allah, he ordered me, you have to fight my enemy wherever you find them. You have to kill them. قاتلوا اليهود والنصارى. That means fight the Jewish and the Israel and the Christianity wherever. This is order. As Jesus Christ, he tell me, love your enemy. Jihad, I am jihadi man before. You know, we have to, I have dream. I have dream. How can I come to United States, make explosion, kill the people here, turn the White House to Black House? This is dream of every Muslim. I am not except Muslim have no relationship with Allah. If any Muslim have relationship with Allah, absolutely like what I'm saying. You know, embassy in the Lebanon, she asked me, what you want to do in the United States? We now soldier of Jesus Christ. We carrying flag the peace, flag the love of Jesus Christ to people. But is there? I'm very sad today. Very sad. If you're Christian, don't worry about how much Islam is dangerous here, because they kill you second step. You know, second part. First, we have to see the Jewish people, how they want to die in front of us. I believe our constitution against to hate people. Today, I show you a video in the United States, imam in the mosques here, how they're supporting people, Islamic people, against the Jewish people and Christianity here in the United States. He said, America have one hope, Islam. Last hope of America, Islam. The needs here, when I'm talking at the Muslim, our purpose here in the United States, we have to change the flag. We have to change the flag to moon and the star, Shari'ullah. In Europe is gone. Powerful, Islamic, they're powerful now. We seeing everything. I don't know politics, what's the way of the politics, but Islam is, I'm telling you truth. We have lots of proof. In the Quran, Allah says, I want to punish the Jewish and the Christianity people by your hand. They never ever obeyed your constitution and your flag. Never ever. They have, because Quran says we only obey the Islamic Shari'ullah, only. No thing about the Shari'ullah. Any law, any state's law, we don't care. You know, today I see lots of people protesting against Israel, Jewish people. You know, this is very wrong. The Hamas, how can I say? Hamas is not evil. Evil student in the schools of Hamas. Hamas, very, very bad people. They have no mercy against Israel. You know, Israel have no right to life. They want to remove Israel from the earth. They want to kill. Is the problem between Israel, do you think land from the Palestine, from property? No. Religions. The problem is between Israel, Jewish people, and Allah. Muslim here, sword of Allah. He want to kill the Jewish people and the Christianity. Why I'm focusing to Christianity and Jewish people? Because Quran says like this. He said, go fight my enemy. I said, who is your enemy? He said, Jewish and Christianity. We're in the Iraq. I gave you an example. We was saying like this in the mosque. If you want to kill the snake, how you want to kill? If you cut off the body, snake's body, piece by piece, he can't kill the snake. Snake not going to die. First, you have to smash his head. This says, policy of Islam says, we have to smash first head snake of the snake. Who is the head? Christianity, body of snake. America, head of snake. They want to smash from the inside. Your enemy today, not outside, your enemy inside. I said, if you want to destroy your enemy, you have to go first outside, not inside. What do you want to stop this radical Islamic ISIS here in the United States? How you want to stop them? No answer. I know. I can tell you how you can stop them. You have to stop first machine of maker, terrorist maker. What's the terrorist maker in the United States, in Europe, wherever? Do you know what? What's the machine? Quran is machine that I call, this is maker, terrorist maker. If you can't stop today, first the Quran, you can't stop the terrorists in the United States.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Christina DePush is our next speaker, and 3 people are waiving their time, and that's Dee Pierce. If you'll just raise your hand. Thank you. And David Kelly. And person who goes by one name, Sexton. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. So nice to see you again. It's been a while. I know it's been a very, very long day. It's 15 till 10, and I know I have 10 minutes, but I don't think I need 10 minutes. So first and foremost, thank you so much for adopting the recreation plan. It has been quite a process as a citizen, as a participant, as a community person. Myself and many others really showed up and participated. So I cannot say enough, and I know I've sent y'all some emails, I've sent you a lot of data. I've had some great conversations with Dee Tyrell and the staff all along the way. And I would just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you from the Asheville Pickleball Association as well as from the pickleball community. You know, in relationship with government, as we all need to work together, I'm sure, hopefully you hear enough compliments, but I know you also hear some complaints as we do in the association. But we cannot thank you enough. Tonight, for us, it was a historical moment to see that bullet on that slide that said dedicated pickleball courts. So, I mean, you probably know. And I will tell you, it's very kind of you to say, oh, the pickleball people are here tonight. And to just, I know we're in Orange and you've probably gotten used to us being here. But I would just say to validate the adoption tonight, the Asheville Pickleball Association, we have a great website. I don't know if you've ever been there, but we get a lot of emails and a lot of communication. We are a wonderful city. We are a wonderful place. I don't have to preach to you because you were helping creating it and supporting this community in this wonderful town. But people are coming in droves. As we all know, we're a destination place, and we are a destination for pickleball. And I think that, I know there's some controversy sometimes when we all talk about the revenue that can be made or the investments that need to be made. And I think that what our City Parks and Rec Department with your support and your financial support, and this is going to take a while. You have taught us to be patient, which not everybody likes to be patient with government as things unfold and need to move forward. But recently, right before the survey ended, I sent all of you an email, and I just want to highlight a couple of things just to take note to validate your adoption. Between January and May, we had over 8,700 people play pickleball for 2 hours. And that means that there was about 17,400 hours of pickleball. We use a system called Playtime Scheduler when you want to sign up. This absolutely does not capture every single person, child, family, youth, whoever just shows up and comes out and plays. So I think what we know is, and I think the pickleball community did a really good job because we were able to be somewhat of a priority within the plan based on the process of the plan, which I think is really great. The one thing I'd really like to highlight is that, as you well know, we are a 501c3, we are a charitable organization, and we really want to be a partner with you in this. We are really beginning to get our legs stable. We're past walking, we're running out into the community. We have done some great things with youth and school programs. We just officially had a phenomenal gift by some very highly professional people to come in, spend a Saturday with us and do a strategic plan. And I look very forward. We're going to be very organized moving forward in partnership with you, and we hope that we can bring sponsorship and funding and fundraising and different people to really build. You know, I think when people hear pickleball, they always kind of smile and kind of laugh, and they're like, you know, we all, among ourselves, we say, we could have just called it something else. We may have been taken a little bit more seriously. But tonight I did see the city took us seriously, and I did see the plan and the Recreation Department take us seriously, and we are very grateful about that. But the other things I want to just highlight, we see the investment in other things that need to happen. D. Tyrell, and I really want to do a big shout out to him and his staff, as you and other people have done. But he did turn in my name to be part of the referendum campaign, and the Asheville Pickleball Association is going to rally behind that. Yes, we have an investment in that and a dedicated pickleball court, but being a partner, we want to really come out and really support the referendum for the public service facilities, for transportation, and for housing. So we are not going to be selfish. We are going to partner and advocate for everything in that referendum. And I feel very privileged to be part of that committee and our association and our community. We're going to really rally around. We're going to publicize that. We're going to get out there. I know from what I heard from the mayor and Maggie today at the campaign meeting, you have a pretty good success in getting your referendums passed. And so we just want to be a support of that and to help you with that. We know partnership's really important. We've gotten to know each other at least somewhat in coming up here and talking about this. But I cannot thank you enough on behalf of the community of how and I know we all had to come out and participate, and we did. But to see that on that PowerPoint, we have had several great conversations with D. Tyrell. Him and his staff have been very cordial with us and inviting us. And I think that, as I always say in these meetings, you have so many challenges. And I really, truly honor that somewhere in those challenges, we have found a place within this heart of this system. And we are deeply appreciative and grateful for that. And we believe that this thing called pickleball, we have a newsletter every month. If you don't get it, we should send it to you. But I write a little article, and I always try to figure out something to say that shows the positive. We all talk about community. It takes a tremendous amount to create community and to bring people of differences. We still work on our relationship with the Tennis Association, the good, the bad, the difficult in that, but they've been a partner with us. We have the Recreation Department has pulled us together and have meetings, and we understand that there is just so much can be done in a certain amount of time, but we've made tremendous progress, and I really want to personally, on behalf of this community and this association, thank you for allowing us to just have a voice, to have this time to come talk to you. And hopefully tonight we can, I don't know if anybody's behind me or not, or to come up and speak, but we really do appreciate it. And we know that we believe the plan, and we will be supportive of the whole plan. I think that's really important, not just pickleball. I have a lot of background with people with disabilities, and when I go to Oakley and I see the adaptive playground, I went down there the other day just to look at it when the pickleball league was going on. I could have just hugged all of you and anybody that was involved in that, to see those families and children using that adaptive equipment and seeing kids swing and slide and play and have a place to go. That's just a big piece of my life, and so I know that it's all of it. So we will help support all of the plan. We hope that we will be invited anytime we can. I think people know us and know how to get up with us. But please help us help you in implementing this plan and implementing the referendum for all the priorities of this wonderful city. Thank you so much.
And thank you for working on the bond team there to get those passed. We really appreciate it.
We need to have a
Pickleball, you
friendly
good cop, bad cop
council
does tonight.
pickleball
I
tournament.
saw that. That was very, very strategic.
I
Good
just
job.
always want you to come out of retirement and work for us.
I know it's been a long night, but I have a couple sketched ideas here that I can't leave the meeting without saying. Our city staff are our organization's greatest asset and necessary to provide the quality public services our community expects and deserves. Acknowledging concerns expressed by current and former staff about pay equity and disparate outcomes of our HR department, I'm honestly embarrassed that I missed the Raftillis report auditing of our HR department, which was mentioned in the council retreat and completed in February this year. But council never had a chance to follow up, and it is not yet publicly accessible. As it recently came to attention, and I'm a member of the Policy, Finance, and HR Committee, I've requested formal reviews of the audit and recommendations within it, including making the document available as part of a public meeting. I appreciate the report will not come to Policy, Finance, and HR at our meeting this Thursday as requested, because the full council is going to hear the report at our meeting on September 10th. We also have recommendations from our Seize the Harm audit, as recommended by the Community Reparations Commission we heard from tonight, including following up with improved data collection, which might provide more equitable outcomes of our HR department, ensuring the city of Asheville is a great place to work and build a career. And I know maybe no one's paying attention right now, but it's a really big deal, and I think we can do better.
Okay, anyone else have any?
I'm looking forward to hearing that report in the next council meeting. I'm especially looking forward to, at some point, having a public discussion to let the Black women in our city who come forward expressing concerns, that we let them know that we hear them, we are going to prioritize them, and at least I, for one, care about the responses that we get.
Thank you. Okay, so we will be hearing that update at the next manager's report on September 10th, and possibly an opportunity to have a broader discussion. With that, we are adjourned.